Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles. You will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, Sthiram Sukham Asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashvatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mavopata Samasta Duritakshayadrara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adhya Brahmanah Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivashvatamanmantare Ashtavimshaditame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakhabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Mula Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up. back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest. With the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardha Rechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of One foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now bring your hands out from behind you. As you come here, bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichiyasana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichiyasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joint feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly, Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatiyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top with the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side. Lay on your back. Bring the opposite hand to the foot. Gaze at your nose. And continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atma Ramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jatara Parivritti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up, gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipadapitham. Now, in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, Stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down. Stand up and again sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into. The Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release. As we enter into Tandavasana, stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra.
K only. When I put my hand and did that Satya, I can say maybe this is the first energization I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more that doubting old lady. She asked, "Eppudra irundharu? How he was looking?" I described to her.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone, and we apologize for the technical glitch and continuous technical glitch that we had till now. So we apologize and we're resuming our sessions. Yes, today we are going to learn the Shiva Sutras. Conscious awakening. So, what are Shiva Sutras? And today we are also going to learn some of the techniques of the Shiva Sutras. And let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Jnana sessions with the Sadguru Vandana. And I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga session and the power manifestation session. Now we are going to learn the Jnana sessions from Shiva Sutra, Conscious Awakening. So let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Yekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So let's learn what are Shiva Sutras. What Paramashiva can give us? What else? What will be there in the sutras? Nothing but enlightenment. What Paramashiva wants from me? He wants to become him, isn't it? So all that what he talks, what he gives is out of infinite compassion. He just gives us the sutras, the simplest sutra, doing the simple things to get enlightened. Shiva Sutras are the techniques given by Paramashiva himself to Devi Parashakti for her to experience the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva, the consciousness of Paramashiva. They are ageless truth, ageless wisdom. That's what we call Sanatana Dharma. The ageless truth, the Shiva Sutras are the essence of that wisdom, the essence of that technology. 112 meditation techniques to experience the bliss, to experience the peace and joy which is eternal in every one of us. Shiva Sutras gives so many beautiful meditation techniques. Today, we will see some of the sutras. And not only will we see, but we will experience the sutras that Paramashiva's beautiful techniques. Each and every meditation technique has the capacity and Shakti to create how a sampradaya, a religion, can be formed. There are 10,000 sampradayas formed from these sutras, and there are 64 books written, scriptures written from these sutras. Shiva Sutras caused breakthroughs for human consciousness, and Shiva Sutras is a complete completion. Nothing can be added or removed. And whoever has the opportunity to listen to these sutras are gifted. From these 112 Shiva Sutras were also compiled into 64 books like Guru Gita, Kularnavatantra, Mahanirvana, Vijnana Bhairavatantra, and Spandakarika, etc. Paramashiva directly transmitted this science to Devi. And in those 64 Tantra, Paramashiva has given everything possible to Devi. Then, how Shiva Sutras are revealed? Paramashiva Shakti, Devi, started overflowing, and Paramashiva made Devi sit down in his lap, and with the overflowing Shakti of Paramashiva started pouring into Devi. And it is like an ocean of joy overflowing and pouring into another ocean of joy, because this whole sutras was revealed in complete space of ananda, and there is nothing can be added or removed or destroyed. Devi was the platform for Paramashiva to deliver the signs. Guru needs a platform without any restrictions in any level, so he can deliver the signs as it is. Then Devi asked beautifully, O Shiva, what is our reality? And what is this wonderful universe? And what constitutes the seed? And who centers this whole universe? We. And what is the life beyond from pervading forms? And how may we enter it fully above space and time, names and descriptions? And let my doubts be clear. And Paramashiva replies by the way of 112 sutras, and each one describing a particular meditation technique to find the ultimate reality. Shiva Sutras, which are techniques given by Paramashiva to Devi, directly experience enlightenment. In this book, there is no intellectual knowledge, no sugarcoating, or brain candy. It is the first spiritual book that goes straight to the point of experiencing enlightenment. When the truth is told as it should be told, it is Brahmana path. When the truth is adjusted a little bit for the sake of creating greed in reader's mind, it is a part of Vaishya. If the truth is compromised because of the fear of unacceptance, it is Kshatriya, a barrier. And in some books, in unnecessary parts not relevant to the book is added. All this Shudra part, the workers' mentality. So every book had all these four parts: Brahmana part, Kshatriya part, Vaishya part, and Shudra part. Shiva Sutras is the only book which does not have anything except Brahmana. And there is no Vaishya, no Kshatriya or Shudra. There are no parts in this book. And there is no compromising arising out of fear or out of greed, nor are there any unnecessary words. Paramashiva has made such a wonderful book at these there is no need for any commentator. Paramashiva made it very simple. And Swamiji says, I am not commenting, I am just repeating in English. That's all. I'm not adding, I'm not removing, I am not presenting. It's because it is originally presented in Sanskrit. So let's learn the introduction about the Shiva Sutras from Swamiji's own voice.
Let's see the questions. His soul and consciousness are the same. Yes, they are same when I use both the words. Usually, in the West, the soul is given a different meaning, but when I mean both same. All the words soul, consciousness, Atma, spirit, the divine, cosmos, all these words I use to mean the same thing. I understand when soul leaves the body at this time of death, it carries all karmas and sanskaras. Does it find a new body according to these karmas? Or it can find any body? No, it finds the body based on those samskaras. Not. See, samskara means your desires. What you really wanted. What you really don't want also defines what you wanted. Understand? That's a important understanding you need to have about this karma and samskaras. Sometimes what you don't want will be so clearly engraved in you that will create the exact opposite situation for you to land. Means like if you do not want a particular lifestyle, you will directly take birth in the opposite place so that in your whole life you never have to taste or see that lifestyle related person. You take the full opposite step. And sometimes if your karmas are not very strong, if you are not aware enough to sit and watch whatever your desires and fears passing, you will do exactly opposite to what you want. That's another one problem. That is why meditation is so important. Understand? We will ask things which are without knowing the side effects or after effects. A small story. 3 guys were brought to guillotine blade for being killed. First guy, lawyer, got blindfolded, brought, his head was put on the proper place. They pulled the blade, it did not land. The guy started shouting, legally you should pull only once. I'll sue you. So they are afraid of messy lawsuit and they released him. Second guy came and he was a priest. His head was put, blindfolded. They pulled the blade, did not land. They thought maybe the divine intervention, the divine is protecting. They released him. Third guy is an engineer. He said, you don't have to blindfold, you can directly kill. He said, okay. They put his head. They were about to pull the blade. Hey, wait. I can see where your fault is. Understand, this fool without knowing, if he repairs it is directly going to cost his life. He starts doing the job. Sometimes, out of interest, our desires are also repairing the guillotine blade. We repair our own guillotine blade without knowing the side effect or the after effect. We just start repairing the guillotine blade. Conscious person, that is why I always tell people, whenever you find time, try to continuously be aware of what is going on inside your system. Try to spend more and more time inside the system with awareness of what is going on. From time immemorial, in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants anything, whether it is a health or wealth or anything, is asked to sit and be aware of whatever is going on inside. Looks very foolish. How can somebody get wealth by sitting under a tree and watching what is going on inside? Even to win a lottery, you have to go to the place and buy the ticket. But this is the advice continuously given for any problem, whether it is at least health, we can believe. Maybe when you see whatever is going on inside, you will heal that. That effect will come on your body and your body will be healed. Maybe you can justify some kind of a interpretation, logical. But even for wealth, again and again, these guys are asked to sit under the tree and be aware of what is going on inside. Understand one important thing. When you sit under the tree and see what is going on inside, when you bring more and more awareness to your samskaras, you will find out very clearly why you are not achieving what you want. Either that want is not your own, or you are carrying much bigger wants than the want of the wealth, or you are afraid of some side effect or after effect. The clarity about the want and the after effect and side effect will release so much of energy. Our masters were so courageous and bold enough to tell again and again and again to sit under the tree and watch what is going on inside you. Whatever you ask, they were standard reply. They know this will bring the result. I tell you again after thousands of years, I can say, even in the modern world, even for the modern man, spending little more time inside him, seeing what is going on, seeing what is happening inside your desires, the methods you are planning, the byproducts, the side effects, after effects, I tell you, will release so much of energy into your system. So much of energy into your system. You will become a visionary. A visionary does not have to move anything except his lips to create a city. See, a worker has to move his whole body to create a city. A Vaishya, a businessman, has to maybe move his hands, just the hands, to create a city, doing business. A Kshatriya, he has to move his weapons to create a city. But a visionary, Brahmana, does not need to move anything except his lips. Means giving his vision, inspiring. Understand, In your life, you can play any role. You can play any role. World is so vast. Humanity is so vast. It can afford everybody as a Brahmanas, everybody as a Vishnaris. Don't think, no, if everybody sits and moves their lips, who will do the work? Who will do the work? No, don't think. We need more and more Vishnaris. We need more and more people who can come up with a wonderful things, more clarity, more things, that's all. Actually, the great things have been achieved by being a visionary, not by being anything else. The visionary aspect, visionary energy will be awakened in you only when you have the complete awareness of whatever is going on inside. Awakening the visionary aspect in you is what we call meditation. The karmas and samskaras, you will have more clarity, and the visionary energy will be awakened when you have more time, more energy being spent inside what is happening. Actually, the whole spirituality, essence of whole spirituality, if I have to express in one word, being aware of what is going on inside. That's all. This is the one statement. I can put the whole thing. Nothing else needs to be done. No need for sannyas, no need for brahmacharya, no need for anything. All you need for raising your consciousness every day higher and higher, be aware of what is going on in your inner space. If you are sitting with a mood of exploring, if you are sitting in meditation every day with excitement to see what is going on inside, let me find out deeper layer, deeper layer, deeper layer, you will see your consciousness is raising to the higher and higher levels. The essence is being aware of what is going on inside. After the discourse on observing the will as non-self and abiding in choicelessness, reading about how the master can save from rebirth at the time of death, I felt that I can let go of chasing enlightenment and just be with whatever unfold. If you do that, you will become enlightened now. That is the essence of whole thing. Understand, that's a very beautiful traditional proverb. If you take birth in Kanchipuram, you will become enlightened. If you have darshan of Chidambaram, you will become enlightened. If you die in Varanasi, Banaras, you will become enlightened. And if you even remember Arunachala, you will become enlightened. This is the traditional proverb. In Sanskrit, they say Smaranat Arunachalam, just by remembrance, the enlightenment. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Master, is it a inspiring praise for those holy places, or is it fact? Is it literally true? Ramana Maharshi just laughs and says, is a very, I can say even Ramakrishna sometimes becomes emotional and utters this kind of statements. But Ramana Maharshi is a very cool, very balanced, very logical. And he says, fool, this statement is made so that you will relax from the enlightenment idea and you will become enlightened. See, going and having darshan of Chidambaram is not a big thing. Few hundred rupees, that's all. And remembering Arunachala is not even the few hundred is not needed. Just remember. So, once you do this simple job, you feel like the guarantee is given, security is over, insurance is taken. The moment you think insurance is taken and you are relaxed, you will fall sick less. Maybe insurance companies are praying separately for you. Now, I have seen always people, Only when they don't have insurance, that very insecurity and fear more and more disease. When they know that they have insurance, suddenly you see they become healthy. They become healthy. So when this insurance idea enters into your system, suddenly you relax from the stress. You relax from the power which is driving you crazy towards enlightenment. And the relaxing is the right method for that experience to flower in you. In the initial level, the inspiration has to happen so that you will become centered. But once you are centered, now what needs to happen is removing the restlessness. It's actually the enlightenment is practically like cooking. You have to add something in the beginning, and after a few minutes, you have to remove that same thing from above. Something has to be added, something has to be removed. You have to add the intense seeking. After the cooking happens, maybe for a few years, the intense seeking will become part of you, and whatever unnecessary thing will come out as a restlessness. Along with intense seeking, you will always add restlessness, because the intense seeking in the initial level will be mixture of seeking and restlessness. When it boils in awareness, the seeking will become part of you. Like when you add salt or something in cooking, the juice or the essence will become part of the item, and the unnecessary things will come on the top and float. When you boil the seeking with awareness, the intensity will become part of you, and the restlessness will come and float on the top. You have to remove that, removing the impurities. So it's practically like cooking. Initially, the same person, same master will say, add intensity, add intensity. After some time, the same master will say, relax, relax. You may think, what is going on? Yesterday's lecture, he told something else, and today's lecture, he is telling something else. When the intensity is added with awareness and cooking goes on, it will become two parts. One, the clarity, the juicy part, which will become part of you. Whatever you do, the intensity will be there. And the other part, restlessness, the impurity part, will come and float separately. You may have to remove that restlessness part and throw it away. You will see sometime. For some seekers, even if it is a foolish, idiotic initial level question, I'll be sitting and answering. For some seekers, they would have had some strong experience and coming near me. I'll say, foolishness, relax, get out. Because this moment, he needs more relaxing, not any other words. So I just say, forget about this experience, relax. There are many more things to happen. Just carry on in your spiritual practice. It depends on the situation, it depends on the person. Initial level intensity, when you boil it and when it becomes part of you, it will become two things. One, the intense practice or intensely living in the present moment. The other part, the restlessness, which is added. Without restlessness being part, you will never be able to add intensity in the initial level. Because every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, gets more and more pure. The tamas, when it is boiled with awareness, will become peace. The rajas, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become bliss. When the sattva, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become pure consciousness. So every quality, when it is boiled with awareness, it will become more and more pure. Tamas means the laziness or the inert feeling. That when you boil it with awareness, it will become peace. How the transformation happens. If you are more tamas-based person, the silent, mild kind of things will really appeal. You will appreciate that, because nothing much needs to be done. This kind of fellows, for them, the simple mantra, sit and repeat that for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, that kind of techniques will really appeal. That also without moving the hand, just sit. After 10 minutes, you can just have one nap And when you get up, I think meditation tomorrow. This kind of techniques will really appeal. But I tell you, even this, if you add with consciousness, it is good. At least the boiling will happen. At least the boiling will happen. The next is the restlessness, the rajasic. For them, when you add, you need to have little more stronger techniques, whether some kriyas, the deeper breathing, or some visualization, stronger techniques. Unfortunately, the whole modern civilization has become rajasic. Very rare. Tamas has a beauty, actually. At least a tamasic guy will not do anything wrong to others. If at all I have been asked to choose between tamas and rajas, I'll go for tamas. Of course, the best is sattva, the pure conscious quality, awareness. But if only between these two you have to choose, means tamas is best, because person with tamas will be suicidal but never murderous. Person with rajas will be murderous, violent. So whole civilization has become rajasic and murderous. That's why so much of calamity. Anyhow, when you boil rajas with awareness, you will see excitement happening. So much of excitement around. It will become bliss. When it becomes pure energy, it will become bliss. Sattva, when the sattva is boiled with awareness, sattvic people will have a kind of a techniques like unclenching, where you can't sleep, you don't have to do anything. Neither you need to do something, nor you can sleep. You need a deep awareness. The unclenching is the kind of a sattvic technique. When you boil your sattva with the consciousness, you will see the pure awareness, the pure energy happening inside your system. So, when I say Master can save from the rebirth, of course, it is not only an insurance, it is fact also. So that actually leads you to the exact resting feeling. And as you wrote, the resting feeling is the necessary thing. That is what is expected by those words. However, today restlessness arises again. I felt a strong urge to follow the living master and merge with the divine. Should I let it go? Drop it in order to remain centered on Hamsa Mantra within? Or should I follow the urge and get carried away with the thought? What should I do? One thing, if you actually drop that restlessness, you will follow the living master. If you carry that restlessness, you will have your own idea about the living master. I have always seen people who try and force themselves to bring love for the living master. They will have their own idea about love, and they will somehow struggle and try to create. If they are a little bit successful in creating that, they will practically possess me and force me to reciprocate the same love as they understand. They will be creating hell for them and for me. Please relax. Relaxing from the restlessness and just following Amsa Mantra will really take you nearer and nearer to the living master than you trying to do something. So I'll advise only to relax. Whenever I connect with the totality, meaning expanding the feeling of I-ness, recognizing nothing being separated, immediately tiredness follows. Means you have suppressed a lot of need for rest. Whenever the need for rest has arisen in you, you suppress that part. You are sitting on a balcony. Take vacation and go and release the volcano in some place, stay in relaxed way, sleep when you feel like, eat when you feel like, at least for 20 days, so that the suppressed tiredness will be released from your system. I tell you, really. I know how The diseases are created in the system because consciously I am continuously analyzing so many different diseases and mental setup. I can tell you, once in a while, when you feel really that you are suppressing your tiredness, when you really feel like resting, forget about all the routine. Take 10 days off, 20 days off, go and stay in some place where you can eat when you want and lie down when you want. Exhaust the tamas. Let the tamas leave your system. That will heal you from many diseases which happened and which are yet to happen. Suppressing the need for rest is one of the important reasons for depression. Especially in the modern day civilization, nobody cares for you. Understand? Nobody cares for you. Everybody. The other day I was reading an onliner. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. One-liner about the industry. All you guys are continuously working. The fat guy who is inside the suit is getting all the credit. Nobody cares. It's true. Nobody cares for you. In a way, that is why I like the Indian civilization. Nobody works. That is other extreme. Other extreme. I cannot understand so many government holidays. And each fellow, each community leader, when he becomes a minister, he will declare his community leader's birthday as a government holiday. And nobody bothers about country's productivity. This other extreme. Even when they go to office, nobody works, especially in government office. And in that also, government holidays. I think in the whole world, the most number of government holidays is Indian government. Actually, between the holidays, they go for work. Just for change. Not for anything else, just for change. And anyhow, maybe that is the way they manage people without falling sick. See, if you are working in Indian government office, there is no chance you will ever fall sick. Because you have so much of food and rest. There is nothing much to be done or need to be done. As soon as I forget about expanding, the tiredness disappears. See, whenever you are aware, only the suppressed things will come out. It's like there's a big vessel. You drop many toys or items made out of wood, and you are just rotating the water with the hand, the high force. All those objects will go and settle down. The moment you take your hands off, the moment water settles, all the products will come up, all the toys will come up. Same way, as of now, you are continuously churning your inner space. No awareness, no silence. So all the suppressed things are going and sitting deeper way, in deep layers. The moment you take your hands up and the settlement, the peace starts happening. All the items which are there in the lower level, the deeper layers are coming up. So when you become aware, if the tiredness comes up, be very clear, it is suppressed. So take few days vacation, go on, enjoy. Can you give some advice about tiredness in that case? That is what. This is the, even having slept well, tiredness often shows up. Understand, you might have slept more hours, but not well. Again, the only way to heal sleeping too many hours, but not deeply, is take 10 days off and sleep whenever you feel like. And when you feel like working, work. Thank you so very much for your discourse. I am watching at 4 a.m. weekdays and 2 a.m. yesterday. Then why won't you feel sleepy? Now I understand. He's saying, this is a question from Streamline Seer. The person who is seeing the streamline, his question. And 4 a.m. in the morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, if you watch, then naturally you will have a little tiredness. not missing a single discourse. It is so very inspiring and I feel like being in a different world. Thank you so much. Michael from Germany. Thank you for watching and my blessings. But at least after the Shiva Sutra is over, it will be over in 7 days. After that, you can take off at least 10 days and rest. Wow, really, I'm surprised. Other day, somebody was telling me, Swamiji, something like from 30 countries, people are watching. And only when I see the questions. When I practice the meditation, feeling you are a part of everything. It is, please, when you write the question, write it in a way that I should be able to read. See, it is easy for me to read your mind, not your... Because reading your mind, you are not involved. Straight away, I do my job. And here, you are also involved. So it becomes a lot more difficult. You create maximum possible complication. So... I opened my eyes to look at the air, seemed to have lots of foamy looking waves in it. Was that the unreality of mass material things? Let me tell you how exactly you will feel unreality of material things. I don't know, I'll be able to express, I'll try. Sometime rarely, in the dream itself, you will become aware that you are dreaming and you will be able to change 2-3 things. Like you will be able to see the person whom you wanted or do something what you wanted before waking up. Completely waking up is enlightenment. And before waking up, how many of you had this kind of experience even once in your life? Understand that mood. You will know you are dreaming. You know you are much better and bigger guy than whom you are thinking in your dreaming. Because of that remembrance, you will be able to move 1 or 2 things as you want. By the time you try to move the 4th or 5th thing, you will be awakened. You will wake up. Understand? The exactly same way only you will feel with the world. When you are feeling it is not real. How you will feel, you know? First change, you will realize you are bigger than what you have been told by your society. If your society tells you are a doctor with big money and some lot of wealth and all the ideas society has put in you, unconsciously you have a solid mold idea about you. First thing will happen is you will know, no, I am something much, much more than this, God. Second thing, you will easily be able to move the incidents in your life. Understand? The moment you have the clarity, the dream, as long as you think you are the same person who is dreaming, in the dream you will have an idea about you. And as long as you think you are the same person, you will be forced and you will be taken away by the dream. You will not be able to move any incident, move anything in your dream. The dream will be a ruler. You will be ruled. Suddenly when the awareness comes, no, I am a bigger guy. I am not the guy whom I was thinking in dreaming. I am the guy with a lot more power and ability, whom I was thinking as me in the waking state. The identity of the waking state will interfere, overlap on the identity of the dream person. It is like a bringing the wealth from USA and spending in India. You will have more exchange. You will have more exchange rate. the identity you carry in the waking state is always more powerful than the dream state. Because in dream state, you don't have a physical body. You have 2 bodies less. In the dream state, you have only 5 layers. In the waking state, you have 7 layers. So naturally, this identity is a little stronger. When it overlaps, you will have a little freedom to change few things in the dream state. But the problem is too much of overlapping. You will jump into waking state identity and you will wake up. Dream will disappear. That gap time where the waking identity is overlapping on dream identity, you feel the power, you feel the energy of the waking identity, but you are seeing the world of dream identity. That period is what I call period with miracle powers. Understand? Period with the siddhis. Here, in the waking state, when the identity of enlightenment, I can say the beyond identity, that super consciousness overlaps on you, suddenly for few years, you will feel you are more than what you are thinking, but the world is smaller, lower than what is. So you will feel more power, empowered. You will be empowered. You will be able to alter things as you want. Just like you are able to play with a dream for a few moments, you will be able to play. That period is what we call a seeker with siddhis, not enlightenment. The problem is, when too much of the superconscious descends on you, you will be awakened completely. You will neither have power nor have interest to alter the things of this world. That is fully enlightened. Jivan Mukta. Enlightened person will never have an interest to alter all these things because nonsense. You won't waste time to change things inside your dream because you know you are going to wake up. Because you know there is no use in it. So, to find out whether you are seeing the world's unreal existence is 2 things. First, you will see you are much more than what you have been told. Second, you will be able to alter the incidents as you want. You will be able to play with it. When these 2 happens, I tell you, immediately stop putting your awareness on changing things. Start putting the awareness on the higher identity which is landing on you. Then you will suddenly wake up. You will become enlightened. If you put your awareness on changing the things of the dream, playing, you will be spending a lot of energy and time and everything on this. You will be postponing enlightenment. You will be postponing awakening. The dreamer, when he feels he is higher than the dream identity, if he is fully engrossed in changing the incidents and things of the dream world, he will never be awakened. He will not put his energy on awakening. Hope I conveyed. It's very subtle. Only if you yourself have experienced what I am saying, you will be able to connect and suddenly it will click. Yes, what he said is my experience. So, understand, only if you experience these 2 things which I am saying, you are experiencing the unreality of material things, not otherwise. Otherwise, be very clear, you are still stuck where you are. I want to just sit in your presence and I'll miss that when you leave the US. First thing, if you know how to sit in my presence, you will realize I never leave. If you are sitting with what you think as presence, then you will start worrying of me being and leading. Understand? The person who started feeling the presence of my absence will always be in the presence. Presence of my absence. Understand? Now, you are feeling my presence because as a small I am absent. What you think as me is absent. That is why what the real presence is happening. So, it's a very tricky thing. What you think as me is not me. Again, you are missing what you think as me, thinking that as me. If you think what you think as me, now I'll be bound to fulfill what you think. And if I am not fulfilling, you will think what kind of master he is. Understand? Do not be stuck with what you think as me. Grow to what is me. That will never move anywhere. That never moves anywhere. Can a person bear a child and be enlightened? Actually, I did some conscious scanning because the other day I was reading from great enlightened master Arunagiri Nadar. He's from my native place. His biography, and it was supposed to be immaculate conception. Means no father, but suddenly mother is carrying the child. This can happen if the person is enlightened. So if the enlightened person carries the body, the child also will be enlightened. And if, one more thing, important thing, when an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body, for those 3 kshana, 3 moments, the mother who is giving birth, she becomes enlightened. She gets the Satori experience. This happened with Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi's mother, even with my own mother. When I saw her energy, I saw very clearly. She had her first experience when I took birth. So, child being carried by an enlightened lady will naturally be enlightened child. Here you are asking some personal question like, in next life, I want to have a child, but I also want enlightenment. And I think both are conflicting. I don't see any conflict. You can have child and enlightenment both in this Janma itself. And I don't see any conflict that enlightened person should not have a child, or the person who is being pregnant should not become enlightened. Second question, I had learned that forgiveness prayers are important if they come from existence to the unenlightened person. Should those prayers be practiced by others or only by the receiver? Understand? Anything comes from an unenlightened person, forget it. Because they may miss some important thing when they write the program. It may become virus. Any technique, any prayer, anything from an unenlightened person, keep away from it. Save yourself. Techniques and prayers expressed by unenlightened beings and become popular are responsible for all the calamity which is happening in the spiritual field, and all the problems which are happening in the spiritual field. If I have to say small example, small story about this, a small story. A group of pandits, intellectuals in the religious field, but not enlightened. They go for a trekking in the Alps hill. Fortunately, they are lost. The world was fortunate, so they are lost. And they are trying to find out where they are. After having a long discussion for 3 days and 3 nights continuously, and consulting the map, sun, moon, compass, the head of the group says, now I know where we are. All others became very interested and asked, please tell where. Do you see that hill far away? They say, yes. According to map, we are on the top of that hill. Understand? They miss some important things, means reality. They miss something which is very important, reality. So avoid anything, whether it is idea, because, understand? Vivekananda says very beautifully, do not even read the books which is written by an unenlightened person. He says, I thought it is too fanatic. Actually, when I read that line, I felt too fanatic. How can this be? Later on, when I analyzed my own inner space, I understood, without even your knowledge, when something is said very beautifully, in a wonderful, punching way, you take that idea and make it as part of your inner software. Without understanding whether it is really truth or lie, if it is said very poetically, see, that is the influence of the poets and poetry on the human beings. All of us know it is not true, but all of us are influenced by it. See the drama. All of us know it is not true, but all of us are influenced by it. So these unenlightened beings, when they express something poetical, without knowing or verifying, unconsciously, you record that into your inner software, and that can become part of inner programming. To remove that and to get rid of it, it may take years. It may take years. So, after my own research, I understood what Vivekananda said is 100% true. Even casually, do not read the books or listen to the words or internalize anything from unenlightened beings. It is safe for you if you can protect yourself from the unenlightened beings. Let's enter into today's sutra. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? Consider dissolve in the beauty. I can say this is one of the technique which can lead you to quantum jump. Ananda Sutra. It's neither Nitya Sutra nor Dhyana Sutra, Ananda Sutra. Just understand. Just understand and allow that understanding to work on you. The understanding of this kind of sutras will start a psychological revolution in you. If you cooperate and change your day-to-day activity based on the understanding which is happening, the more and more deeper understanding will be revealed. These are like, these sutras, you need just initiation, means click by the living master. The next thing you need to do is not practicing. The effects which are happening by that initiation, cooperating with it. Just cooperate with the effort, nothing else. Mahadeva says, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? All of us always think and taught, even by the Western psychology, that first we exist, Then we have desires. I and mind. I and mind. Just Mahadeva shakes and turns the whole thing. He says, I can say this is one of the greatest declaration, one of the greatest weapon, one of the greatest tool given to human beings for enlightenment, for awakening of the consciousness. I have read thousands of sutras, thousands of things, but this is one of the most revolutionary and shocking. He says, the mind comes first before I. Understand? Not I and then mind. If I and then mind, you can never become enlightened, because you can, whatever you do, you will be working only on the mind. Mind is mind. See, mind is also one of your property. So whatever you do will be only on your property, not on you. Operating on your properties cannot get you out of disease. Surgery being done to your car cannot heal your knees. So all your operation, if it is on the mind, which is mind, then how can I be lost? How can I become enlightened? Here Mahadeva is revealing a very important truth. After reading the sutra, I sat and consciously verified how the I and mind gets created. Let me tell you how the truth of the sutra clicked with me. I had the fortune of listening to this sutra by one very elderly lady, saintly lady, Uppammal. You see my biography, you see her photograph. She was reciting the sutra and giving me explanation in Tamil, in my mother tongue. When she said, first comes mind, the desire or knowing, only on that the I is getting built. Not that I is a base, on that the mind is getting built. I was shocked. No. How can that be? We always believe and we always feel the I is first, then comes mind. I was sitting and thinking about it. One of my relatives, she brought her child, and the child was sitting in front of me. And the child was playing with some toys. And he was about to take one toy and he was trying to swallow the toy. As you know, kids always they put anything in their mouth. That is the way they taste. That is the way they relate. And I saw that this fellow is trying to swallow. I just tried to snatch that toy so that he will not swallow or he will not hurt himself. The moment I snatched, I saw not only the child was weeping and crying, his whole life is jumping out of that body to have that possession. See, I was in a deep, pure awareness, consciously alive and witnessing what is happening. Of course, the sutra which this Uppammal, she taught me, that was the background of my mind. I was thinking, how can this be reality? When I saw the incident, I only took something what the child thinks as mine. But I saw his whole I was shaken. His whole I was live. The very feeling was shaken. And he felt as if his whole life is taken away, he is being killed. Some of his part has been taken away. Suddenly it clicked in me. I could see very clearly, consciously, that I is built on mind from the young age. If the mind can be removed, I has no work. I just loses its base. I does not exist without mind. Mind is like a fabric out of which I is created. If you remove all the fabric, there will not be I. Then it has started now interesting me. That child has become my experiment guinea pig. Then I decided to play. I gave the toy to him back. The moment he put the toy in his mouth, I saw clearly his eye coming back to life, settling. Somehow, fortunately, I had the deep awareness and consciousness to scan what was going on inside. Because I learned the sutras after my first experience. I was able to see exactly what is going on in his system, in his being. Then again, just I removed that tie, I saw his whole eye shaken. From the young age, when you are living with unconscious, means that from the day one, the I is getting built only on mind. After some time, you collected enough of mental ideas as mind. On that mental ideas only the I is standing. Understand? Now, even if all the items, outer world related things are taken away from you, you have collected a lot of ideas and knowledge as mind. On that knowledge and ideas, the I is standing. The child, fortunately, doesn't have an idea and knowledge collected as mind. He has only the products and items as mind. The moment it is taken away, the I is shaken. This gave me a great clarity and click. I can say that was one of the great revelation. And again, 2-3 times I tried that. Giving the tie back and taking it out. I know, of course, the child was shouting and crying. But I can say, it was such big clarity. It was a clarity landed. Then finally I gave the toy back to the child and said, now I got what I need. Thank you. Actually, when I read Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam is one of the great spiritual literature. Unless you read Bhagavatam, you will not understand the spiritual essence of India. Understand? Ramayana and Mahabharatam are more social part, less spiritual part. Bhagavatam is 90% spiritual, only 10% social. Why Ramayana and Mahabharatam became popular, you know? Because it's not strong stuff, it's a light stuff. Like a snacks. Wherever you go, whenever you want, you can be eating. It's more like a snacks. That is why it became very popular. But Bhagavatam is the real dinner, real lunch. When I was reading Bhagavatam, there is a story which says there was a Paramahamsa who learned from ant, who learned from tree, who learned from under, learned so many lessons from the people whom he is meeting in the life, and he calls all of them as gurus. I was not able to understand how can this happen. When this incident happened, I realized, yes, the child is now my guru. The child is now my guru. Gave me a great click, very big click. Understand, it's a very important fact. All you need to do is allow all your desire, fear, greed, idea about enlightenment, idea about you, idea about me, idea about world, everything to go through a change based on this clarity. That's all. When this clarity happens, when you click with the sutra, start tuning your day-to-day activity, decisions, day-to-day decisions which you make to this sutra. Don't say, no, I cannot disturb my day-to-day life. It's already settled. No. Okay, you talk whatever you want. Tomorrow you will tell something else. I cannot be changing my day every day. If you postpone that way, okay, up to you. But Anybody who is courageous, understand, one Ananda Sutra click, this click is enough. Now, sit and revise all your goals, all your idea about what you want to do in the life, or what you want to become, what you are. You may be having an idea about you and your efficiency and your possibility. Your efficiency will always think as lower than your possibility. And your goal and so many other things. Now revise all of them just with this one understanding. Understand, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? It means, be very clear, your desire, your knowing does not have a base of your being. Even though continuously you are believing, this is what I want to be. That is why I carry all these desires. That is why I carry all this knowing. And that is what I am expressing in my life. Understand? Your belief that what you want to be and your belief, the path to what you be is not in tune. That is what Mahadeva says. Understand? Click. Your desire and your knowing exists in you without you realizing the you. Another important line, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I? Your understanding, your desires or your property is the main reason why you are running behind, trying to fulfill, in the end of the life, feel frustrated. Understand? Go through a simple shift and reorganizing. The reorganizing. Understand? You are the property of your desires. They are just kicking you from left and right, right and left, from different corners. Decide for some time to keep them all away and see what remains. Keep all of them away, your desires and knowing, and see what remains. Just tune your day-to-day activities, decision making, to keep all these things away, whatever you think as mine, away, and see what remains. See what remains. Understand? These clicks are not such a small thing as we think. They are so powerful, so strong. Sometimes these clicks can just do a psychological revolution in 1 second. In 1 second. One small but very beautiful story from an enlightened master from southern part of India. His name is called Pattinattar. He was a very rich guy. Rich means filthy rich. He used to give a loan even to king. Once he sent his son, of course, the word filthy rich is 2 words meaning same thing. Sorry for using 2 words. Sometimes you need to emphasize. But I have seen when the inner richness is there, even if the outer richness is added, the filthy qualities never gets added. The smell of the money will never get added. Without inner maturity, if the wealth is added, I have seen the fools. Suddenly you will see 10 rings on all 10 fingers. And big watch with diamonds. And what not. All kinds of huge chains. And too many other things. I always tell people, the smell of the dead body is much better than the smell of the money. smell of the dead body is much better than smell of the money. Because smell of the dead body, at least we will know. Smell of the money, we will not even, it will be too much. This guy had so much wealth, and he has sent his son to go and get more wealth from the other countries. In those days, the youngsters will be sent through the ship to go to different countries and make more wealth and business. And he's so greedy, filled with greed. When the son came back, he was not even bothered about how his health and where he is and all. He is only bothered about what he brought. He ran to the harbor, and son came out of the ship. His eyes are so much filled with greed. He did not even look at the son or care to see the son. He ran inside to see what he brought. And suddenly he realized all other guys who went with his son, they all brought gold, diamond, jewels. This guy brought only cow dung cakes. Only cow dung cakes. And this guy comes out and sees the son and shouts at him, "You idiot, for this you went all the way there and only you brought cow dung cake." The son did not answer, just he left the place, went to the home and gave one small leaf and a needle without the hole. In needle, the sewing needle, there will be a hole where you will put the thread and sew. That needle without that hole part is broken. The needle without the hole and the one small palm leaf. This guy, this greedy rich guy, after the son left, he got so disturbed. Not only this guy brought only cow dung cake. It's a decent word for another one, some other word. If it is cows, it is holy, and if it is male cow, bulls, it is unholy. Anyhow, not only this guy brought just cow dung, and he did not even answer. He just goes and sees the heap of cow dung and kicks with the left leg. When he kicked, few cow dung cakes fell and broke. He realized inside the cow dung cake, so much of diamond and pearls are stored. Means he put all the diamond and pearls and covered it with cow dung for the sake of safety. See, in those days, when you come in the ship, a lot of pirates will come. They will snatch and take away whatever valuables you have. If it is covered inside cow dung, the pirates may not be able to recognize it is a worthy, very valuable gold or diamond or jewels. They will think, oh, this is just for cooking they have. So this guy realized his son is not only efficient, he is intelligent to protect the wealth. He earned money, made wealth, diamond, pearls, whatever he wants, but he covered it with a diamond cake, so that he covered it with a cow dung cake, so that on the way, even if the pirates stop them, try to steal, try to rob their ship, they will not take this, thinking it is a useless thing. He realized, oh God, what mistake I made. I shouted at my son. First thing, I did not even care for him. Second thing, I did not have passions to look into this. Third thing, I shouted at him without even letting him give any explanation. He ran to the home to apologize and ask his son to forgive him. There, I understand the whole mood. He is in a high, agitated, restless mood. One, the mistake which he did. Second, the guilt. Both of them are haunting him. He is one moment in the peak, one moment in the valley. He reaches his home, asks the wife, where is the son? Where is the son? I wanted to apologize. I've done a big mistake. She says, I don't know where he is, but he gave this leaf and the needle without the head, without the hole. You can see this. The guy picks up that box and sees the needle without a hole, and there is a word written on that palm leaf. In Tamil, it is written, Kadatra Usiyum Varadagan Kadaivalike. Let me translate. It's a beautiful verse. Even a needle without a hole will not come when you leave the body, will not come with you forever. It means impermanence of the wealth. It was a strong blow. First thing, son telling father. Second thing, not inefficient, lazy bum. This guy is powerful enough, intelligent enough to create wealth. After creating wealth, he is intelligent enough to protect the wealth. Then he is telling his own father, I made what you want. I have protected what you want. And I brought it and gave it to you what you want. But now understand, I tell you, this will not come, not this whole wealth, even one needle without the hole will not come for your life. Means after death. He says, impermanence of the wealth. Nothing will stay with you. Nothing will come when you are going to the ultimate place. This was a strong blow and a shock. That shock and strong blow became a click. And that guy, the rich guy, had a strong click. And that was it. The story says he dropped everything, threw everything that same moment, left the home and became enlightened. His name is Pattinattar. The click, if the click happens in right time, one click is enough to lead you to enlightenment. It was an intense click. And not only that, when the click happened, he decided to alter his day-to-day life in tune with the click. He was courageous enough to tune his life with that click. That was a strong click. When it happened, he did not think, okay, I'll mentally renounce, physically keep a little bit. Maybe till my life ends, I'll keep that much bank balance. No, nothing, no second thought. Did not bother about anything. He had only one thing in his heart, courage to go with that click, to go behind that click and see the end of it. This is what I call courage of tapas. Courage of tapas. Understand? This click can do that same thing to you. I'm not saying you will leave the wealth and go. No, I'm not saying that. But this can do such a big transformation in you. Falling in tune, if you can arrange, if you can put your day-to-day activities in tune with this click, your day-to-day decisions in tune with this click, suddenly you will see the click is revealing deeper and deeper clicks and understandings to you. Understand? The initiation is like giving you one light. That light can be put off by any cyclone or air or blowing wind. If you protect it, then it can't be blown away. It cannot be put off. Protecting means making your day-to-day decisions and life in tune with that click. Whenever you receive a click, protect it as if you have the Kamadhenu and Kalpavriksha, means the tree which gives you whatever you want, wish-fulfilling tree, as if you got the wish-fulfilling tree. Hold it inside your heart and see your everyday decision again and again, your thinking revolves around that click. Your day-to-day activities are slowly falling in tune with that click. Whenever your day-to-day activities are made to fall in tune with that click, with that understanding, the deeper and deeper truths will be revealed by the same initiation. I know for sure, Pattinatthar did not become enlightened the moment he read that palm leaf. No. He had only click, a strong initiation. The next thing he did is putting all his effort and energy to tune himself to that click. He immediately started rearranging his thinking setup towards that click. He rearranged his lifestyle to be in tune with the click. The moment he did that, the deeper and deeper truths of that click was getting revealed to him. And naturally, in few months or few weeks, he has become enlightened. He has achieved the ultimate truth. Understand now, this one thing, one click, allow this initiation to work on you. The understanding which you are having, you are the center and your desires are your own, your property. Your fears are your property. Whatever is happening inside you, your mind is your property, is a lie. You are the property of your mind. This will bring so much of disrespect to your mind, so much of rest and unclutching between you and your mind. As long as you think your mind is yours, you will never be able to stop fulfilling what it says, what it anticipates. You will never be able to escape from its roots. Even if you escape from the desires, it will attack you in the name of fear. Your mind is very intelligent. When you escape from your desires, it will create fears and make you do the same thing what it wants you to do. In a different way, it will enter through the back door. It will enter through the back door. Whether it is your fear or desire, it is not yours. The very understanding your fears are not yours will leave you so freely, with so much of rest. You don't have to stop or you don't have to escape from them. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to escape from them. At the most, what can happen? Let it happen. For whom it is not going to happen? Tell me. Everybody, it is going to happen. Everything, it is going to happen. Not only for you, even for me. At least what you think as me, this body is going to die. Everything is going to die. There is nothing which is not going to die. Let you have this courage. What can happen? That's all. The other day, one of our deities which we brought to other temple, after the installation, not now, here, not in our temple, in another temple, after the installation, somehow somebody mishandled and it was little damaged, broken. Immediately these guys came and complained to me, oh, what is this? God is broken. I said, relax. Deity is broken, not God. One more important thing, as long as it is made out of some material, it has to have degradation. At some time, even if it is out of stone, after a few thousand years, it has to have some damage. Maybe for you to become enlightened, you have to feel deity is God. But sometimes Anything which is a form has to break, has to disappear, will get degraded. So understand, anything has to disappear. This one clarity. Your fears are not yours. You are not needed. You don't need to protect yourself from those fears. You are not continuously needed to protect yourself from those fears. Neither you are needed nor you need to protect yourself from those fears continuously happening. Your desires are not yours. Your fears are not yours. You are only being created and given an illusory idea to you that you exist so that you will continue to fulfill your fears and desires. Your fears and desires created a lobby and put you as a president just to fulfill what they want. This is the essence. But unfortunately, you start thinking you have power and you are fulfilling the needs of your desires and fears. Because of that, you continue to exist and you continue to create things which needs for you to exist. Relax just from this one thing. Understand, in India, the lobbying is not so open. That is why people are not able to understand what is going on. After studying few of the country's politicians, politics and the basic understanding, I was able to see very clearly now what I said. You, what you think as I, is nothing but created leader by the fears and greed. Every fear you remove, part of you will be dropped, will die. Every desire you remove, part of you will start melting away. The moment you remove all these things, suddenly you will see you don't exist. It's like I have seen some of these laser beam shows they'll do in India. From 3-4 places, they will send a strong laser beam. They will all hit each other at one place and it will appear like a strong light, a jyoti or a sun is happening out of nowhere. A sun will appear in the sky because 3-4 laser beams are reflecting on each other. When you remove those 3-4 laser beams, the sun will not be there. But because you are seeing that sun for quite a long time, you forgot the laser beams are responsible for that sun to exist. You start thinking the sun has its own existence. You start thinking that you have your own existence apart from all those few laser beams which are contributing source to you. Understand? What you think as you is not Swayam Prakasa, self-emanating. You are self-emanating. The original, true you is self-emanating, not what you think as you. When you understand, your fears are not yours. Your desires are not yours. And you are the property of your fear and desire and all other things. Suddenly, you will lose respect for them. Losing respect for them will unclutch completely you from whatever you think as you. You will disappear. The sun will disappear. When the laser beams are moved away, the sun which was there till this moment will disappear. That is what Buddha calls nirvana, extinction. The exact meaning of nirvana means extinction. What you think as you will be extincted. Understand? If you remove the fuel supply, what you think as you will be extincted. And you will realize that you don't exist apart from what you think as yours. What all you think as yours, that only adds to what you think as you. Till the age of 7, you are getting built only on the physical products you have, physical properties you have. And after some time, you acquire knowledge, ideas, desires, fears, so many things. Then you are building yourself on that. That is what I call having individual logical thinking. If you can start acting, if you are active even while you don't have the physical things around you, what you think as yours, then you started having intellectual logical thinking. Understand? Till the age of 7, kids cannot think without their properties. If the properties are not there, there won't be thinking. After the age of 7, nowadays maybe I can say from the age of 3 itself it starts, because the input is too much. Input is too much. After enough input is put inside, when a platform is created by the collected ideas of desires, fear, and all those things, on that you start thinking you. You start creating the I. Because the platform is there from the moment you started having the I, you never think that without that platform, the I cannot exist. You start thinking the I is more stronger and permanent. You may argue, no, I can think even while I don't have the properties around me. But you don't understand the ideas and desires and fears you accumulated are also some more properties. They are also properties of your mind. That mind, if it can be relaxed, you will see the extinction happens. So understand and imbibe this click, have this initiation with you now, and let this initiation do the process. Initiation is like putting the fire in the huge cotton godown. All you need is allow it to be burnt. That's all. Do not dump too much cotton on that small fire. If you dump too much cotton on that small fire, you may put it off. Don't dump too much cotton or anything. Just allow that to work. Allow that fire to happen. It means you don't have to do any sadhana or any mental confusion, chaos, and all those things. That is like putting more cotton on, dumping more cotton on the fire. You may put it off sometime. Don't do that. Allow that to happen. At the most, give enough space for air. Means tuning your day-to-day activity and thinking towards that initiation, towards that click, towards that inner fire. Listen and have that click and have the initiation before desire and before knowing. How can I say I am? Consider means see. See, you do not exist before you accumulate and start working on fear or desire or your properties. So whatever properties you have, you think as yours outside and inside is not you. Mahadeva says, dissolve in beauty. He says, dissolve in the beauty. When you understand, your desires need not be fulfilled by you. Your fears need not be fulfilled by you. You don't have to protect yourself from your fears. Suddenly, beauty happens to you. A deep grace of fulfillment happens to you. Dissolve in that beauty. Mahadeva says, dissolve in that beauty. understand this one thing. Neither your desires needs to be fulfilled by you, nor you need to protect yourself from your fear, because they are not yours. You are there. You are theirs. So just have this one initiation, one click. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Swamiji, thank you a million times. My investment paid off today. Maheshwara, thank you. To tell you honestly, when I was coming, I felt that I should not add any more words today. Just let you go and sleep on it. That's what really I felt. I think I'll do that. I should not add any more words. If I add any more words, the last part only you will be stuck. Let you go and sleep on this word. I'll do the remaining sutras tomorrow. Thank you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nityanandam, everyone. So, such a beautiful Shiva Sutra techniques that Swamiji has revealed. How many of you have understood, and can you post the gist? Whatever is your understanding, can you post the gist? And we're going to do the power manifestation. And before we start learning more on the Shiva Sutra. So now we're going to learn, we're going to manifest the power of Mahima. Meaning, it's one of the Ashtamahasiddhis. Ashtamahasiddhis is where you can alter the dimension of an object, where you can increase weight, decrease weight, increase length, decrease length. So it's one of the Ashtamaha Siddhis. So we're going to manifest that power. So let us start. Manifesting the power of Mahima. So please go ahead and share your understanding of Shiva Sutras, or you can share the powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. Please quickly go ahead and post your powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. As all of you know, the Living Enlightenment book is the living deity and receiving whatever you need to listen at this time. The book exactly gives you that. Swamiji literally speaks to you that. Few more seconds. Please post your Living Enlightenment book, Powerful Cognition, to manifest the power of mind. So even you need to collect an object also to alter the dimension. You need to collect the object also. So please take an object and measure the initial measurement, the length. You can take the length and increase the length, height of an object. So please go ahead and share your powerful cognition. Now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. With your object, please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Bring restful awareness to your third eye. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye and raise your consciousness. With this clear context, please bring your awareness, attention to your third eye again and again. And start chanting the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. With this space of oneness, declare the object height to increase. So just take the initial measurement and start manifesting the power of Mahima.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, everyone. Now, can you all go ahead and measure your object again, the dimension again, and post the results? All right. So now let's enter into the Shiva Sutras. One more Shiva Sutra. Experience through your three eyes. And this sutra is a Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you are supposed to internalize and practice whole day. Nitya Sutra means this Shiva Sutra that we are going to learn is a Nitya Sutra. Means you are supposed to internalize and practice whole day, morning till night. So the sutra says, enter etheric presence pervading for above and below your form. So what is etheric? This is the key word here. Let me explain the word etheric. This is the key word here. Understand? You are not just this body as you think. It is only one part of it. Body is one part of it. Physical body made out of flesh and bones is one part of you. And there is a second layer, the air which you inhale and exhale. That is prana, which goes inside and comes out. That's the second layer, a second part of your body. To kill somebody, you don't have to even poison the body. If you're just your body, if you have to be killed, the poison has to be added inside the body. But if poison is added, the poisonous gas is added even in the room, the person will die. Meaning, your body is not just your skin, like in physical body, you are not ending where your skin ends. The pranic layer is that it may be, if you inhale and exhale deeply, from which is there a 6 feet distance. So the distance you can smell is your pranic body. Generally, it's about 10 feet to 30 feet, but not more than 100 feet. The more distance your pranic body is there, the more intelligent being you are. The physical layer, the distance between the two persons, and the physical layer, the distance between the two persons is more. In the pranic layer, many of our prana sharidas are overlapped. So, which means that the distance between the persons is less. That's why sometimes when you sit next to somebody, you will feel uncomfortable. With somebody, you will feel relaxed. Now, let's understand more on this sutra from Swamiji's experience through third eye, and we're also going to do the technique.
The traditional astrology, secretly they were always consulting astrologers. Even though many people try to abuse or disrespect, the science still holds its power, its influence on human beings. In India, the report says 93% of the people read and study their horoscopes regularly before taking any big decisions, not just marriage, before taking any big decisions. Surely there is a science behind it, even though, as usual, anything which expands certain limit, goes beyond certain limit, will lose its originality, will start getting diluted. There was little dilution in this science also, but that does not mean the science itself is a lie. Understand this one example, then you will be able to understand, connect with the astrology, the science of astrology. It's like for one moment in camera, when the cover moves, whatever was outside gets printed on the film. Then you can develop that film, it will become photograph. Second time, you can't use that same film. What first moment, what gets recorded, only that will be there in the film. Same way, the moment you come out, the moment your consciousness enters into the body, the energy level of the cosmos gets printed in that consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level based on the time of the birth and the position of the 9 major energy centers. I wanted one more understanding to be internalized by you all. The astronomical planets are not astrological planet energies. Even though number may be same, the astrological planets are energies. For example, planet Earth is here. Maybe I can use the paper to draw and show you. This understanding will really help. Planet Earth is here. The sun. Different grahas are there. Please visualize this as eccentric circles. And this as some planets. Okay. This is sun. When we say here in our temple, if you see, there will be 9 planetary energies. Statue deities will be there. They will be worshipping. When we say Sani Graha, that is not exactly Saturn. Consider this as a Saturn. A particular energy of pull and push is there always between the grahas. The energy which comes out of the Saturn does not completely come and influence the planet Earth. In between, something will be added, something will be deleted. Different energy clash will be there. For example, 100 unit push energy comes from the Saturn, and if 20 unit pulling energy comes from the Buddha, naturally it will be neutralized. It will become 80. And suddenly here you will see Shukra may add 30 unit, then it will become 110. When it reaches, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, it may get deviated for some time. Then it may come down to 80 or 50. Whatever finally reaches, that is what we call Sunny, Saturn energy. Understand? It's a very subtle science. The same Saturn will not have same influence over planet Earth continuously. If he moves, the total calculation of the pull or push will differ. If you move, even sometime I have seen, within 12 days, the whole energy will be different. Whole energy will be different. If the astronomical planets and astrological planets are same, then the energy difference will not be there. But it is not same. It is not same. It is the totality of the energy reaches to the planet Earth. Maybe when we say Saturn, the major influence in that energy flow was from Saturn. When we say Buddha, it is not that only Buddha is radiating. That energy which came out of Buddha, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, goes through some 5-6 alteration. So many influences gets added and deleted. Then the energy reaches the planet Earth. the different energy positions clearly decides the cosmic energy level during your birth, during the time of the birth. Based on that, we will be able to easily predict the course of your life. Understand? Not exact incidents. Exact, if somebody claims they can predict exact incidents, and I have seen all foolish ads in the newspaper. 3 days your problem will be solved. I'm really surprised. I thought of anyhow. I don't think incidents can be predicted. Only a course of kind of a rough course only can be predicted. Incidents are too minute details, and you do have a freedom. Understand? Even if a minute incidents like which chair you will sit, if that can be predicted, you don't have a freedom. You don't have a freedom. You do have a freedom whether you have a freedom to decide whether to sit here or not, or listen here or not, or understand or not. All those things you have a freedom. Maybe the major actions, major course, like whether you will become enlightened or not, maybe those things can be predicted. But the small decision, only principles can be predicted, not the policies. Policies, you have an individual freedom. Having an idea about horoscope, your own horoscope, will give you many times intelligence and acceptance to decide about your life. Intelligence to make decision, acceptance about the inevitable things. So according to me, a seeker should have little bit basic intelligence about their own horoscope. Better to read some books and have an idea than going to some person who is new, who doesn't know. In those days, fortunately, we had family astrologers. I know my own family had an astrologer who is very precise, who is very. One more thing, if that guy is a family astrologer who knows completely your family, then he can interpret the energy flows. He can easily interpret and guide you. He can be a counselor also, personal counselor also. We had a fortune of having that kind of an astrologer who is profession, who is an experienced astrologer, who knows the science, above all, knows the family well. So easily can do the job of counseling. At least whatever I heard from my parents, not even once his prediction failed. His prediction failed. It's a very surprising. It's only one prediction failed, that he predicted that I will die at the age of 18. I took sannyas. That is the only thing failed. Of course, sannyas is practically rebirth. Otherwise, such a precise knowledge. So try to read 1 or 2 books. It will really give you an opening and glimpse, and it will be really exciting. When I started studying, it was very exciting. You can play a lot with it because there is the astrological sutras actually encourage your visualization and power to connect things. It really helps you. You mentioned that you had 72 topics when you, there's a question from yesterday. Somebody is asking, would it be possible to name all the 72 topics you wanted to discuss only in some book? Somebody is asking about food. We don't know who has touched the raw fruits, vegetables between the harvest and the shop. Should we not eat salads made from store-bought vegetables? Does washing purify them, or is cooking is the best way? Washing and energizing. See, offering it to the deities are nothing but purifying process. That purifies the food completely. Offering it as a nivedya or offering it to the divine, then eating will really purify and change the very quality of the food, very energy of the food. Still, even I personally tried this experiment. I told some of the people who make the laddus in Tirupati, some of them are our devotees. I told them to separate few pieces before it goes to offering. And after it goes to offering and comes back, really I tell you, honestly, I have tried at least 2-3 times. Surely taste is different. I don't know what goes on in the Garbha Mandir, what Venkateshwara does, but the quality, the taste is totally different. I can very clearly tell. The taste is different. Understand? Surely energizing, that's a big job. Even though logically this is very difficult to relate. See, till the Dr. Emoto, Japanese scientist, till he proved the power of our thoughts over the water, we can't imagine in 15 minutes you can pollute water. You don't need anything else except your mind to pollute water. So just like air pollution, water pollution, we should say now conscious pollution. He proved the consciousness, the world can be polluted by the ordinary mental thoughts. So power of the mind over the matter is proved by Emoto. Not once, 300 different experiments. And every experiment says, proves the power of the mind over the matter. I think it is whether we believe it or not, the ceremonies like a purifying or offering and all, that's a big job. Somebody is asking, can you please give some guideline on raising children, as there is no Gurukul system in this country? We don't have Gurukul, but we already started the weekend classes. I initiated the class, first class I myself conducted. For half an hour, I had the patience to sit with them. Sit with the kids. Because half an hour they were shy. After that, they opened up. Then I decided that I can't sit anymore with them. As long as they were shy, I was able to sit with them. The moment I saw they were now opened up and now they are ready, I said, now class ends, please go. Anyhow, but we do have regular classes. This weekend we were not able to have because of the weekend workshop. But from next weekend, we do have regular classes. It will be happening. Bring them. Surely we will at least do the damage control. We may not be able to bring them up as we want. At least we will do the damage control. What is the trick to get rid of fantasy on childhood front and keep current relationship happy? I tell you a very simple trick. Meet that same childhood friend now for 2-3 days, it will disappear. Really? The fantasy remains as fantasy because you did not see the reality. Just see that same, see, in the childhood, not only he becomes your fantasy, you would have become fantasy for many persons. Because they do not have the real idea about you now. See, in those in a childhood, he was also, because he was just expressing the joy and ecstasy, he made a deep impression in you. Because you are expressing the excitement and joy, you made a deep impression on the other person, on so many persons. Now, if you see the same person, you will understand, are same dull fellow like me. And if they meet you, they will realize, are same fool. There is nothing to be fantasizing. There is nothing worthy of fantasies in that person. Suddenly you will see the reality and the childhood fantasy will disappear. That is why I always tell people, it is very nice to attend alumni meetings if you are not enlightened. If you are not enlightened, good to attend alumni meetings. Alumni means where the colleges gather, where the childhood friends gather to meet once in a while. So this is the best technique. Go and see that just once or twice. Then all your fantasies will disappear. You will come to reality. Should we avoid group meditation with an unenlightened leader? I can say, if the technique is from enlightened being, then it won't be gone. But if the technique also from an unenlightened person, if the unenlightened person tries to add or delete, if he starts commenting, then please avoid. Please avoid. What about yoga training, you are asking? Same with yoga. The system is from enlightened consciousness, have it. The system is not from enlightened consciousness. If the person is adding or deleting or doing his own masala job, then relax. I have tears of revelation and bliss when I am in your presence. You have suddenly changed my junky iron ladder into a golden one, which will never rust. I have cried with joy with numerous clicks you offered in the last 8 days of your discourses, especially the one which attempts to clarify the reality that everyone and everything is extension of one another. Yesterday, with the same pool of love overflowing in my heart, I gave you a hug after taking the blessings from you. And this act of mine was brought to my attention as being arrogant. See, it was not arrogant. If I hug people, it will not be a problem. If people start giving a tight hug, just imagine 400 people giving me a tight bear hug. For you, I am the only one person hugging. If you imagine 400 people giving me a tight bear hug, and especially this is the only chance they get to come near me. So nobody misses the chance. And moreover, I don't know whether there is a spiritual superstition going around. If you squeeze more, you will get more energy. That is the reason we tell people, please, you do not squeeze. Swamiji will hug you, but you do not squeeze. Actually, if you see the early devotees, I would have allowed them also to hug, because they will not squeeze. They know. But the new persons, I really tell them, please, I'll hug you. You can just have your hands, but do not just use the chance. That is the reason we tell, and nothing else. That's the reason. There is no other disgrace or disrespect or anything. What you have done is not wrong. But when too many people do, physically, not only that, during energy darshan, body is very subtle. That is the reason we tell people, please, you be a little careful. That's all. There's nothing. No other technical reason. It is just a simple social reason. In India, what all people do, you don't know. No, really. Now, just before coming to this trip, I went to inaugurate one of our ashram in Namakkal. One guy came and he just literally bit my feet, my finger, and the toes he bit, and there was even little blood. And later on, people asked him, why did you do that? I also asked him, why did you do this? Swamiji will always remember me. Oh God. That day, something like 22,000 people had darshan. If all 22,000 try that I should remember them, I think nobody can remember me. Or I can't remember. So, and another one, big danger, that is the state in the first list of HIV infection. Anyhow, there was no problem. We took care of it. Neither that person was infected, and we also had. Then I have to go through all the basic medical checkup completely to take care and ensure and all this unnecessary headache. See, we had a first aid immediately. Then I had to take care of them. Anyhow, medical care and all those things are also secondary. But it at least stops half an hour, 1 hour work. Half an hour, 1 hour, next darshan. So that's the reason we tell people that please try to be little practical. Same as in India, for respect for gods and the gods to be, it would be great that the temple carpets be streamed in regularly. Oh God, that's great. You are telling all the temples should be carpeted. Understand? In this country, the carpeting is possible. I don't think in India it is possible. In India, all the temples are granited. And these are just ordinary things. Maybe you can talk to the Indian government and tell them to do something. Master, just a note, born again and again and again. Every time I think this is the ultimate, you give another birth chance. Every second ongoing process, and I am in your presence or absence. I was playing pool yesterday. After Nithyananda, which was intense, saw light after darshan, big explosion. I felt sleepy, like no other sleep, like experienced before. I almost did not make it home, felt sleep 3 times on the road driving. I do not know how I made it home safe and alive. Through sleeping, I slept night, day till 4 p.m. today. Oh God, then it's not sleep. Light flooding my body kept me calm and deeply mesmerized in sleep. Wonderful. This is not sleep. You can say it's a glimpse of Turiya. In the East, it's a wonderful question. In the West, most seekers of truth have thought the channeled information published by many New Age leaders to be path to enlightenment. As decades go by, seekers learn tens of meditations and healing styles with more and more phobias and self-doubts as well. In the East, the self is put in jail of sin and shame, are controlled by half-gurus that use magic to gather masses. But you, in a very short time, shown the breakdown of phobias and religions. Would you speak to these 3 ways people take as seekers and teachers? Wonderful. First thing, nobody is responsible. Neither the gurus who are channeling some ideas and writing, the New Age gurus, neither the Western New Age gurus who bring out channeled books, nor the Indian gurus, the half gurus, what do you say? I don't want to say full gurus, half gurus. Neither of them are responsible for our thing. Understand? If you are waiting to be cheated, you will feel connected only the person who is interested in cheating you. You are inviting them. It's not that they are inviting you. You are inviting them in your life. One thing, I always tell people, take up only if something is straight, open, based on, supported by the tradition, supported by thousands of years of knowledge. We call it Apta Pramana. The great scriptures like Upanishads, foolproof, time tested. When there is no support or a reference or a base principles from those scriptures, then please be aware and avoid, because many times people, when they get into delirium and fever, what they write, that becomes holy scriptures. No, really, they go into delirium and something they come out, and whatever they spell out or write, and that becomes holy scripture and leads the whole world into delirium state. Delirium state. I can only give this one scale. Maybe this can guide you. That technique or that person, after you come in contact with that person, initial introduction or initial exposure, does it add intelligence, awareness, and bliss to you? If these three quality, even one quality increases in you, go behind that person. Surely you will be helped. Or in these three, if you are not growing in these three, forget about him. Even if he brings fortune and wealth in your life, it will only be danger for you. It will only be danger for you. Even if he brings fortune or wealth in your life, it will be like a yaksha's pot. I'll tell this small story on yaksha's pot. Allowed to tell this story. Understand? One guy, one barber, every day he will go and shave the face of the king and receive his salary, one gold coin, and come back. King will be waiting to see him just because of the joy this barber radiates. This guy is fully contented guy. Never asked any favor to the king. See, shaving is a practically personal service. Means every day is touching the king. So when you are in such a close proximity, naturally you can take advantage of the nearness. But he never asked anything, radiating contentment, just fulfillment. Naturally, if you want to impress a politician, be fulfilled, he will be impressed by you. I tell you, no. These are all few things. If you want to impress a poor idiot, show your wealth, he will be impressed. If you want to impress fool, show your knowledge, he will be impressed. If you want to impress a politician, show your contentment, he will be impressed. Because that is what he does not have. He has everything. He has enough cunningness, enough display, enough of all qualities. You can't display anything and attract attention of politician or inspire, influence him. You can impress him if you show your contentment, fulfillment. That is the way Buddha influenced all the politicians of India. During Buddha's time, there was not a single guy, single king who did not become Buddhist. Who did not become Buddhist. Practically 90% of the India became Buddhist because of the contentment he was radiating, and he was just showering or expressing through his being. The whole group of politicians became his disciples. So this guy, for him, this barber is almost like a little Buddha. Every morning he feels seeing him is an auspicious thing. He will be waiting to see. And never ever the barber asked for pay raise. Suddenly, 1 week continuously, the barber's face was not so contented, so peaceful, so fulfilled. First thing the king asked is, did you get the golden jar from Yaksha? The barber was shocked. He said, yes, sir. How do you know? Then king tells the story. Listen here. I'll tell you the story. What Yaksha would have done. You would have been walking under that particular banyan tree. Some of these banyan trees are the place where gods and Yakshas both come and sit. And you would have heard the voice, do you need money? Gold jar filled with golden coins. Yakshas, the barber said, yes, sir. Did that voice show you a particular place below the tree and ask you to dig? He said, yes, sir. When you dig, You saw the big jar, almost full. He said, yes, sir. Then what did you do? Then he said, now I'll tell you the story, what I did. I took the jar to the house. I saw it's almost full. Only few coins are needed to fill it. So I thought one day I will not spend the coin which I took from you as a salary. I put it in that jar. Just I wanted to have a jar filled with golden coins. Now some 10, 15 coins are less. So I put the coin in that. That day, we both of us managed from our savings, whatever we had. The same way, for a few more days, we just put the coins. How many days I put the coins? Again, I see the jar is not full. There is little emptiness. What to do? Suddenly I saw my wife has become very angry with me because I am not allowing her to use the money, and my kids are angry with me. Now I am caught in the rut. Neither one side my desire to have a full jar of gold coins, the other side I have to fulfill my regular responsibilities. Then king said, understand, just now go and tell that Yaksha, please take your jar back and get rid of it. I also had the jar once and I am not returned the jar. That is why I am king. Understand? That is why I am king. You return the jar and be as an old person. I envy your status. I envy your state. That is why every day morning I wait to see you. Somehow I neither had maturity and now it is too late to return. Now it is too late to return. One guy says, by the time I found out I have nothing to write, I have started writing books. After some time, suddenly I found out I am nothing to write. I am not that intelligent to write books. Other guy asked, did you stop? No. By now I have become too famous. So by the time the king gets the clarity, he has to return the jar. Only then he will be contented. Created is already in the rut. He can't come out. He can't escape. That's the one worst thing. You can't get out of the rut. You are caught once for all over. I have seen. At least in India, many politicians at some time, some way, by mistake or by accident, when they see some enlightened beings, something clicks in them also. Because of their experience and feeling of the unfulfillment, something clicks in them. I myself have seen personally, when I tell them, Arey, then why don't you start turning your life into a new direction? He says, no, Swamiji, now if I step down, either I will be put in prison or killed. I have to play this game till I die. Because I created already enough of enemies. Already I created enough of enemies and enmity. Whoever is unfulfilled or dissatisfied when I was in the power is waiting. Now I have to at least maintain a certain level of power. At least I will not be taken revenge. I cannot just completely quit and retire. The moment I retire, I'll be finished. So it's like a game. King says, yes, now it is too late to return. Please, you don't get caught in this mess. And king says, very beautiful word. Your head is the Yaksha's golden pot. How much you put, it will never be filled. Understand? How much you put, it will never be filled. Go and return to the Yaksha, your head. The unfulfillment. See, anything you put in your head, you will see, it will take it for granted. Anything. The moment you have it, the head will take it for granted. When you came to this country, you would have had the list of having one house, one car, one family, and certain bank balance. All that would have happened in 3-4 years. But now, you don't celebrate about you achieved that goal. You took it for granted. And now the Yaksha's head is working. The Yaksha's part is working. I tell you, at least return the head. You don't have to return the part, but return the head. Person who is filled with that kind of greed will naturally be suffering with Yaksha's part. What is the key to discipline in spiritual practice? Is it just Americans who have this problem of lack of discipline? No. I don't say, as far as discipline and immorality concerned, it's a universal. It is not Easterner or Westerner. That's a very beautiful line from Patanjali. He says, after describing the yama, the basic understandings of the life, ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truth, asteya, non-stealing, aparigraha, not possessing more than what you need. Again, if you are possessing more than what you need, you are stealing. Just yesterday, I read a statistics. In this country, 30 million people are undernourished and 30 million people are suffering with obesity. Means too much obesity. Means the obese people have eaten the undernourished people food. Now, I was really surprised to see the same number. Same number, that's what. When you have more than what you need, the aparigraha, you are stealing. It's asteya. Non-possessiveness, and above all, the brahmacharya means behaving decently, having relationship only based on love. Maybe I can translate the word brahmacharya into yesterday I was struggling to translate that word. This can be a wonderful translation. Having relationship only based on love, not based on anything else. Can be that because a person who is having physical relationship only based on love, even when he has relationship, he will not have the side effects of the immorality, side effects of or dangers of the anything else. He will have the more deeper, settled, balanced life. Anyhow, when Patanjali describes all these great 5 vows, he makes a statement, Sarvabhaumya Vrataha. Very beautiful statement. Let me translate. These understandings are for the whole world forever. Bhashyakara says, like a morality is universal, immorality is also universal. Do not think in the West immorality is more and in the East immorality is more, nothing like that. Both always same, and don't think now only it has become more and in those days it was less. No. In those days there was no CNN or website. Now we have, that's all. I don't think there is any other difference because 5,000 years ago, the in Harappan culture, if you read their stone writings, what do you call the stone, whatever they carve in the stone, those words, it feels like a modern day morning newspaper, the newspaper editorial. It says nowadays kids are not respecting the parents, though there is no morality in the place, and people are living on their own, and nobody is responding, nobody is respecting the tradition and spirituality. These are all the words written in that stone. Means 5,000 years ago, the same problem was there. So relax. It's a morality is universal and eternal. Same way, vratam, morality, sarva, yama and niyamas are also universal and eternal. There's no such thing as West or East or those days or nowadays. See, that those days concept is actually a fantasy. When you were young, everything was looking great because you are innocent. Not because everything was great. Because you were innocent. Either you are not aware of what was happening around you, or you are not that cunning to judge everything around you. These two reasons. You are not informed, and you are not that cunning or judgmental, continuously judging everybody. Now the changes happened in you, not in the society. That is same drama only is going on. There's somebody personal question. I'm not even able to read the name. That person can have energy session. You can ask. What is your view about organ donation? Now I wanted to put this in record. Organ donation is no way disturbing your enlightenment or your spiritual growth. Many people ask me, after somebody dies, if the organs are donated, will that soul have enlightenment or moksha? Will it not disturb the flow of life? Nothing. No way it will be disturbed. You are not going to wait and see whether your eye, everything is properly burnt or properly buried. See the greed. Even after death is not leaving. The possessiveness over the body, even after death, it is not leaving. No way it will affect your further journey. Actually, in 3 kshana, you take the next body. You will not even be attending your funeral. Understand, by that time you will be attending your birthday celebration somewhere. So you will not even be there for your funeral. So I completely acknowledge, welcome, encourage any organ donation. I wanted this to be on record for our devotees, at least for our tradition. There was a lot of discussion. Even the other day I was reading some article in some magazines and books related to Hinduism. Fools were saying that the karma of that person who donates the organ will go to the new person. Nothing. Karma is not in your head. Karma is in the system which is operating the head. You are donating only hardware, not software. If an hardware of some computer is taken and fixed in you, you will not have the same software or memory in this new computer. So only if the software is transmitted, you will have the same memory. Mind is software, body is hardware. Donating hardware or the spare parts of the hardware will in no way transmit the software. No way transmit the karmas. Karmas are related to software. So be very clear about. Here is again some personal question. You can ask in the energy darshan. Somebody has put a question about the child abuse and he has given a shocking statistics. I don't know from where the person got the statistics, like in US over 60% of girls sexually abused before 18 and something like different statistics, maybe I don't know, different region or something. This problem, I can tell you, because of the pornography, too much of unnecessary fantasies have been put inside the head. If that is banned, the problem will disappear. I actually studied this problem. In India, it is practically nil. Only in the cities. Cities are no more part of India. I don't say cities are India. Cities are no more India. It is anyhow, let us not talk about it. And only in cities I am hearing all this. In villages, they don't even have an idea about this. I think the wrong fantasies and ideas going inside. I can tell you one more thing. If the depth of relationship can be created, the man will have the fulfillment. One nice thing in India, Even if you fight, they will stay together till the end just for fighting. No, wonderful. What else? See, at least you will not have a loneliness. You will have somebody to fight with. See, that is the only way they know how to relate. That's all. That is okay. Really. It's not that the people who fight, it's not that couples, just because they are fighting with each other, they can be separated. No, if they stay even few days separately, they miss the fight. They miss the fight. So I tell you, the depth of relationship really brings a kind of fulfillment, even if it was fighting based. So I really feel there is a strong reason why our masters decided not to allow divorce as a social custom. Even if there was a fight, there was a disrespect on both sides, the divorce was never allowed, and that was never a custom or part of life. I've seen even in the families in which I was born and brought up, the husband and wife, not only they will not sleep in the same room, they will not even talk to each other. They wouldn't have slept in the same room for 20, 30 years, but they will not go for divorce. They will, even while they cross, they will only give a look. But husband will never bother to bring a sari and leave it in the room, or he will never miss to bring the money and put it in the kitchen, and wife will never miss to keep the food on the table. At least there is something. It goes on. It goes on. So sometimes I can say that kind of even that kind of relationship brings a sort of a fulfillment, and there is no loneliness. You don't end up in the extreme loneliness. I can say the extreme loneliness and all is one reason why we start perverting or diverting our love. Let's enter into the sutra. Devi, enter etheric presence, pervading far above and below your form. This is a Nitya Sutra. Means you are supposed to internalize and practice whole day, morning till night. Let me explain exactly the word etheric. That is the key word here. Understand? You are not just the body as you think. It is only one part of you. Physical body made out of flesh and bones is one part of you. There is a second layer. The air which you inhale and exhale. Understand? The prana which goes inside and comes out. That is the second layer, second part of your body. To kill somebody, you don't have to even poison the body. If you are just your body, if you have to be killed, your poison has to be added inside your body. But if poison is added, poisonous gas is added even in the room, the person will die. Means your boundary is not just the skin. You are not ending where your skin ends. The pranic layer is like maybe if you inhale and exhale deeply, from which distance you can smell. For example, you can smell, some people may be able to smell any smell which is there 6 feet distance. For some people, they can smell even 20 feet. For some people, fortunately, who kept the nose very sharp in the young age, if you are not suppressed, your nose will be very sharp. Your sense of smell will be very sharp. They can smell even 70, 80 feet. The distance you can smell is your pranic layer. That area air, if it is polluted or corrupted, directly you will be affected. Then you may think, if my nose is too sharp, then I have to maintain too much area. Understand? Pollution, even if you don't maintain, it is going to affect the health. If your nose is sharp, at least you will know you are inhaling polluted air. You are inhaling polluted air. Nothing else. The distance you can smell will be your pranic layer. Prana Sharira. Understand? In the physical layer, the distance between two persons is more. In the Prana Sharira, many of our Prana Shariras are overlapping. Means the distance between two persons is less. That is why sometime when you sit next to somebody, you will feel uncomfortable. With somebody, you will feel very relaxed, very restful. In the meditation classes I have seen, before meditation, they will not feel any uncomfort to sit next to somebody. But after meditation, because the sensitivity has grown, they will just move out of that person. Move out of that person. Because now they can feel the pranic layer. Now the boundary is overlapping. Animals are very conscious and very intelligent about the pranic layer. You can see in the zoos, if the other animal enters the pranic layer, that's enough. This girl will, he'll be showing the face. And early morning, if you see Indian streets, I have seen the dogs will go around and ensure their pranic layer is protected by pissing in the light bulbs. They will go around and ensure that their pranic layer is, their boundaries are protected. Anybody who enters inside the boundary itself is enough. This fellow will get ready for fight. Without moving away, when you close your eyes, is mental layer. For example, if you close your eyes and able to visualize this all in one single frame of mind, in one single visualization, if you are able to visualize this all, this is the distance of your mental layer. For example, if you have to visualize a parking lot, you may have to leave this frame and go there. You may have to unclutch from this frame and visualize the parking lot. Kids can visualize at least 10 times more space than you. That is why many questions they ask, you are not able to answer. Understand? If you are in an open space, if you are in front of an ocean or a vast hilly region, how much area you can visualize? You may be able to visualize some 30-degree vision. This much area only you will be able to visualize in one picture in your heart, in your inner space. If you have to visualize the other side, you have to move this out only as a second thought or as a second visualization only you can visualize. But with the kids, they can easily visualize 120 degree. 120 degree, and especially the kids who doesn't go to school, who are not abused by the so-called verbal-based, word-based education system, logic-based education system. Of course, I can't say it's a Western because now Eastern, Western, everywhere, logic-based education system. The kids who are not abused, abused by the logic-based education system, they will have 360-degree visualization. Understand? When I talk about my first experience, I talk about this only. I was able to visualize. I opened up to the visualization of 360 degree. Kids, till you finish them making like you, till you give birth to your software into them. When you give birth only to hardware, your hardware in them. Only genetically they are affected. When you put your education system in them, you affected them mentally also. You affected them mentally too. Till they are affected mentally, till they are abused by I wanted to use this word again and again, by the logic-based education, which is the worst damage done to the human mind. And the logic-based education system is given, they lose the ability of visualization, seeing things under one visualization. The creativity or innovation is lost. I tell you, along with the verbal, word-based or the logic-based education, if your kids can do little meditation or this carving, anything directly done by using the hand, carving or painting or completely involving eyes and the hands, they can bring the visualization energy back, efficiency back to their system. If that can be done, it will really take care without abusing the kids. Anyhow, mental layer means the area you are able to visualize without any need to move away. For example, if you are visualizing now, able to visualize now this whole hall, one more important thing, most of you may not even be able to visualize this whole hall at a time. Once you, even the whole hall, if you see, you will see first people, then you will see the screen. Even for this hall, you may need 2-3 movement. The area which you are able to visualize without moving is the mental layer boundary. Mental layer boundary. One more important thing. Like if Annamaya Kosha has to be killed, poisoning Annamaya Kosha is needed. Through Pranamaya corruption, poisoning polluting the air is needed. In the mental layer, anybody who is inside that mental layer, his ideas will go into your system without your editing. That's an important thing. So, corrupting ideas are put in your head. That is why whatever ad goes on in the television enters your head. Because that time, that becomes your mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. Hardly 10% you logically analyze the news which is read out to you in the TV, or the informations which are told to you through the TV. Because in the TV, in 10 minutes, almost you become part of that mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. That is why 90% of the words and ideas which is told to you through the TV, just goes inside. Corrupting 2-3 TV channels is enough to pollute the whole mental setup of particular country, certain country. Fourth layer, very important, etheric layer. Understand? Mahadeva talks about the fourth layer here, means layer of emotions, sentiments. Here the boundary will be bigger. Here the boundary will be even between USA to India. If your relatives are there in India, the distance is too much. Even if they are there, if they are sick, the suffering will be there for you. If somebody dies, the suffering will be there for you. The etheric layer is too big. Understand? Physical layer is only 6 feet. Your skin is the boundary. Pranic layer is the area up to the, you can smell. Up to the area you can smell is the pranic layer, boundary. Mental layer is the area you are able to visualize in one frame, one visualization. That is mental layer. Etheric layer is based on emotional connection. It does not have boundary. Does not have boundary. It is only based on the love or emotional connection you have with people. The feeling you have with people. The connection you have with people. An important thing you need to understand about the feeling or the connection you carry with the people. Even unconsciously it affects you. Even if you don't know they are sick, suddenly you will be low. Why you don't know? Then you will get the telephone call, they are sick. when you are really connected, even without logic, without knowingly, even if you are not informed through your conscious mind, your unconscious will start suffering. Mahadeva says, start feeling the etheric presence. Understand? When you start feeling the etheric presence of you, means where all your energy is invested, all your emotional connections are like your energy investments. You can easily unclutch yourself from the sufferings. If you can find out all the etheric presence connections, your etheric layer connections, you can easily unclutch and enter into the enlightenment or the energy place, energy plane, where there is no bondage, where there is no disturbance. If food poison happens, your annam, the physical plane can be corrupted. If the air pollution happens, your pranamaya kosha can be disturbed. If a thought pollution happens, your manomaya kosha can be disturbed. If emotional ideology pollution happens, your etheric layer can be disturbed. Understand? Somebody can be tortured or prisoned. Here you will be suffering without even you directly getting involved with it. You can be tortured through remote control way. That is what is etheric layer is all about. Many times I have seen people feel etherically connected, means emotionally connected. Maybe the word etheric is too mysterious or mystical. If you are emotionally connected to the people who are back in your home, or if you are emotionally connected to people, some group of some religion, some group or some language, whenever some problem comes for them, you are here suffering. I have seen people suffer for no reason. I am all for serving lovingly and compassionately. If a tsunami hits, serve compassionately, nothing wrong. But don't start suffering. People think only by suffering you can serve. No, if you are suffering, you will not have energy to serve. You will not have energy to serve. Stop suffering. Have empathy. Empathy means feeling they are suffering and immediately working to remove it. Sympathy means suffering along with them. Empathy means working to remove their suffering. You are not supposed to suffer with them. I have seen. If Tamilians suffer there, here the Tamilians feel suffering. If the Hindus suffer there, here Hindus feel suffering. Somewhere if Muslims are suffering, here the Muslims will suffer. If you have etheric connection, emotional bondage, you invite, you accept, you are waiting for more and more suffering. Mahadeva says, feel your etheric presence with whom all you feel connected. Just for 10 days, try this technique. Feel you are present to all the people with whom you are feelingly connected. You are emotionally connected. Feel like a light beam in the form of a big light. You are connected to all the people with whom you emotionally feel connected. For example, if your parents are there in India and mostly none of you feel connected emotionally, if at all you feel emotionally connected, just visualize continuously. Your body is huge enough to accommodate the whole India inside, and they are there inside you. It may look very funny, but in 10 days, you will have so many new revelations. Understand? So many new revelations. How you imbibe, bring, invite new unnecessary sufferings. When you feel connected to them, even if they are not suffering, if they are going through some incident which you think is suffering, you will create suffering for you. Many times, they will be completely free, relaxed, resting, But what you think as suffering, if they go through, what you will do? You will feel the suffering and you will create suffering for them by forcing it on them. No, 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 this cannot happen to you. We do same thing in the name of love. I call that as a loving torture. Now I go through many times from disciples, especially when they feed. They think if I eat more, they will get more punya. Based on my weight, they will get more punya. I don't know then what will happen to me. See, the suffering which we invite unnecessarily, unconsciously, the moment it is brought to your conscious awareness, it will disappear. Not only with parents and relatives I am talking. Many ways you may be connected to your religious people, or your community people, your group of people, or your language people. You will have the common identity connections. Understand? Conditioning is one of the dangerous things. If you are connected to the whole world, that is wonderful. You will never bring suffering for yourself. Because when you expand to the whole world without boundary, there is no ideology-based connection. That does not belong to etheric. That belongs to cosmic body. Etheric body means emotion-based connection, conditioning-based connection, conditioning-based love, conditioning-based connection will always lead to calamity, will always lead to danger, will always lead to violence. Because the other part, the part which you excluded, naturally you will be violent towards them. Naturally you will be violent, angry towards them. I've seen how the conditioning brings so much of suffering unconsciously to a person, and the suffering which he enjoys or cherishes creates more violence and suffering. Understand? Ego means working based on pain body and expanding the boundary of pain body is ego. If you are making some decisions because of the people whom you think is your own is suffering, all your decisions to alleviate their suffering will add only more suffering to the planet Earth. You may add suffering to somebody else, and that person naturally will add suffering to the group which you are thinking as your own. Say, I will only end up making the whole world blind. You will remove his side and he will remove, as a revenge, one person from your party. And all you guys will remove now one person from their party. If continuously this goes on, where it will end? It will make the whole world blind. That's all. Ending place will be whole world blind. Mahadeva says, enter etheric presence, pervading far above. Understand? He knows, I think, people are going to live too far and have the etheric connection. That's why he does not say above, far above. And far below your form. Your form may be the center, but with whoever you feel connected emotionally, if some particular language people, or a religious people, or a relative, or community, anything, condition-based connection. Condition-based connection. 10 days, from morning till night, be aware of all of them as a part of your own body. Visualize you have a huge light body. Body of them are inside you as part. Maybe looking very funny, feeling very funny. You may think, how this can lead me to enlightenment? You do not know. You do not know with how many conditionings you are suffering in unconscious level. Only when you practice this, you will realize all the layers and layers of conditionings with which you are suffering unconsciously. They will all come up to consciousness. The moment they come up to the consciousness, naturally you will be unclutched from them. You will be relieved from them. You will be relaxed from them. Understand? The sutra is very powerful. May not directly now, you may not feel. How can this open enlightenment? Till you open the door, you will not be aware what is inside the building. I have seen so many people. When they come inside our temple, when they open the Vedic temple door, it's hardly 7 feet door. They never imagine anything. They can't imagine what is inside. The moment they open the door inside and second door and look inside, God, they get the shock because psychologically you always feel inside you will see things only up based on the height of the entrance. If the entrance is 7 feet, inside also you already imagine or come to a pre-conclusion, prejudice, you are going to see only the things which are taller, equivalent to this height. You never imagine, only when you see, suddenly you have the shock. God, what is this? How did it all come inside? How all these deities are there. The moment only when they see inside, they get the shock. That is why I just wanted to agree, really wanted to name that place as a shock spot. The moment they open the eyes, oh God, such a shock. Till you see, you do not know what you are going to see with that key. Same way, till you practice for 10 days, you do not know how many layers of your own conditioning you are going to experience with this technique. You will see 2 big things, much more than what you expected. It is a very wonderful technique. The next sutra is a continuity. Actually, it is a same sutra. Only one small difference, technique, the difference in technique. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness, above, below, and in your heart. Understand? The same technique. In first technique, Mahadeva says, experience the etheric presence above and below you. In the second technique, he says, it's actually a developed version. After you practice the first, you have to do second. You can't do second directly. He says, be aware of all the etheric connections you have. Means the etheric bodies, boundaries you have. Along with that, be aware of your boundary also. Here you need to put awareness in 2 places. Let me describe exactly what Mahadeva means. In the first sutra, he says, just put your awareness on mind. That is enough. I will automatically get dismantled. Because I has no individual base except the mind. The second, he says, sometime you would have collected a very strong I. You don't even know the corruption, the depth of corruption which exists in that I. Beyond conditioning, you may be having some ideas. So put your awareness on that also. Understand? 2 different techniques. Maybe the second technique for real thick heads. Real thick heads. First technique is remember, be aware, expand to all the psychological, emotional, etheric connections which brings you suffering. I have seen many times. See, if you can stop accumulating etheric anger and etheric lust, that is enough. You are liberated. Because the anger or lust which you can contain in this body will never be harmful to you. Will never be harmful to you. I've seen people carrying the anger which directly is not involved to their life.
If somebody is killed somewhere who is supposed to be the community in which he is born and brought up, here his blood will boil. When they read the news, let him suffer. I know he should have it. Sitting in front of TV, they will be shouting. Accumulating the anger more than what you need to run your day-to-day life is the danger. Accumulating the lust more than what you need to run your day-to-day life. Some celebrity is dancing in the TV. And already you accumulated the lust, which you can't directly use in your day-to-day life, which is useless. In your day-to-day life, that lust is not going to be useful. But you accumulated that lust. Naturally, that is going to stay inside you as a blockage. If you have the lust with the person with whom you are living, which you can directly express, means useful to your day-to-day life. Useful to your day-to-day life. Accumulate lust or anger, useful to your day-to-day life, that will never be dangerous. That will never be dangerous. I tell you, it will only help you to run your day-to-day life with excitement. Somebody goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I want to live 100 years. What all should I do?" Doctor asks, "Do you drink?" He said, "No." "Do you smoke?" "No." "Do you fool around, date around?" He says, "No, I live a straight, simple, pure life." And doctor asks, "Then why do you want to live 100 years?" Understand? I'm not saying disconnect or destroy everything. Accumulate the anger which is needed only for your day-to-day life. You may need anger to run your business. You may need little shouting to maintain your office discipline. You may need little lust to add excitement in your relationship. You may need little lust to keep the love or to keep the family going on. Have the lust, have the anger, have the emotions which are directly needed for your day-to-day life, not etheric. Seeing some particular dimensioned male or female who are called models jumping somewhere, if you accumulate the lust, which is not going to be directly straight away useful in your day-to-day life, you are creating blockages. You are creating disturbance in your etheric system. Understand? Be aware of even all those attachments. If you have your hero, if you are a fan of somebody, 15 days, remember that person is part of your etheric body. Because all those things are also directly connected with whoever you are attached. Remember all those things as part of your body for 15 days. Suddenly you will see how much of suffering is added into your life by them. Not directly by them. Your emotional attachment to them. Your attachment to them. Same way, whoever you don't like, for no reason, you don't like somebody. All right, you don't like, that is true. Your hatred, can it do anything to the person directly? No. It is not directly going to be useful in your day-to-day life. I have seen people sitting with the newspaper and reading the mortuary columns and feeling, this fellow, he needs this. As if you are never going to die. As if your photo is never going to appear in that mortuary column. Maybe it may not appear in the column in the newspaper, but it's not that you are not going to die. At least somebody has given an advertisement for him in the mortuary column. I've seen. Means vengeance which is not directly useful in the day-to-day life. Lust which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life. If you can accumulate the anger, lust, all the emotions which is directly needed for your everyday life, and spend it, your life will be like that barber before finding the golden jar. It will be contented, fulfilled, wonderful. But The moment you find the golden jar and try to fulfill it, like collecting the anger and collecting the lust, collecting the violence, which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life, which you can't spend. The big problem with the Yaksha's jar, golden part, is you will never feel like taking it out and spending. You will only feel like filling it. Same way, the collected anger and lust, which is not directly in your life, useful in your life, you will never be able to spend it. You will be only accumulating it. And anybody who is working based on the accumulated anger and lust without reason, without the direct use, will continue to suffer, because all their decisions will be made on the pseudo anger, pseudo lust, which is not directly useful in their life. Be aware, two technique, understand? Be aware, first 10 days, only about the etheric body. That itself will take your awareness. You will not be aware of you also. Just be aware of all the etheric connections and the body around the world, all your likes and dislikes, love and hatred, all the connections. Remember, everything is inside you as part of your body. Move with the same visualization for 10 days. You will see so many understandings and revelations and great spiritual clicks happening in you. So many initiations will open up. Second thing, second part, if in the first part itself, if you achieve the truth, then no need for second. Otherwise, the second part, be aware of you also, center also. Then so many other things can happen. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness above, below, and in your heart. That's the only word added. The key word added is and in your heart. That is the essence. Understand? Both techniques are today, fortunately, part of the same sutra, because I'm seeing many of you are tired after attending 2 long days of workshop. So I think Shiva knows maybe. After the 2-day workshop, the sutra is going to be taken. So he gave both the techniques in one sutra so that you don't have to sit for more time. I'll tell the essence in few lines. Visualize all the love, hatred, emotional relationships which you have in your life as part of your etheric body, means light body. Visualize you have a huge light body. If you have somebody who is really emotionally connected to you in India, visualize you have a huge body which extends up to India, and that person is inside that body. 10 days carry this visualization. Let all the emotional, hatred or loving connections be inside your etheric body. And if you experience the ultimate click with this technique, go ahead with this. If not, the second thing, add. Along with that, be aware of your center also. Your center also. Then you will see the new layers of click opening up. So, let you, of course, tomorrow we have the last day of Shiva Sutra. So, welcome you all to be here tomorrow to enjoy the last day of Shiva Sutra here, because I'll be doing the remaining few sutras. Maybe in the ashram, Indian ashram, I'll complete it. So, formally, the public lecture Shiva Sutra will be ending tomorrow. It took almost 2 years. I remember 2006, January, we started, and 2007, December, it took 2 years to comment on at least around 100 sutras. We'll be finishing the public discourses on Shiva Sutras tomorrow. I welcome you all. So let the sutras be internalized by you and practiced by you. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Shivo, Shivo, Shiva, Shiva.
Yeah. Now, Nityanandam everyone. And can you all please share your understanding? What did you learn? Can you all share? Now we're going to do the power manifestation of one more round of Mahima. So please post your understanding and powerful cognitions from living enlightenment. Yes, Lingodvanaya and all others. Yes, now let us start the power manifestation of Mahima. So please bring in your object that you want to alter the weight or length. So please go ahead. Bring in your object that you want to alter the weight of length. So and get ready for the power manifestation. And post your powerful cognitions from living enlightenment. Yes, now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You sit with a clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your Kundalini and raise in your consciousness. With this context, start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object, the length increases or the height increases. Whatever you want to manifest, you declare and manifest. Yes. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, increase the weight of the object or length of the object. Length means length or height.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, everyone, now go on. Now please go ahead and measure your object dimension again and post the manifestation results. Please go ahead and measure. Yes. Now, and today we have been learning the Shiva Sutra. Shiva Sutras are 112 sutras, which are very, very, very simple, but the most profound, powerful sutras for us to get enlightened. So now let's understand, move into deeper consciousness, more and more deeper consciousness as one of the Shiva Sutra. Let's learn from Swamiji on move into deeper consciousness.
As I was telling Dave yesterday, the clicking should happen. Just reading or learning also won't help. Sometimes that click happens. You understand much more than what is written in the book. You see, if you are just reading and understanding the meaning of all the words according to the Oxford Dictionary, it is reading. Suddenly, sometime, the understanding which comes from that words opens up a new door and all your doubts starts disappearing. The whole puzzle falls in tune. Everything suddenly appears more clear. That click has to happen. That click happened in me when I studied the truth, that idea of Maya. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. So the first place I ran away is the place where Shankara became enlightened. It's called Omkareshwar, where Shankara met his master, Govindapada, in a cave. But of course, I was too small boy. I didn't think that there will be nobody in that cave. Now, actually, when I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. Shankara left the home at the age of 7 and wandered and reached Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh, on the banks of Narmada. He met his guru, Govindapada, in a cave, and by his grace and a meditation, he became enlightened on the banks of Narmada. So I was thinking, at least somebody from Shankara's lineage will be sitting in that cave. So I can go and catch them and become enlightened. Maybe around the age of 15. So I left the home, went and straight inquired about that Omkareshwar and reached that place. Of course, the cave was empty. Only his murti his statue is there. Even though it was shocking in the initial level, that cave is empty, nobody is there to teach. Somehow, this one understanding of Maya gave so much courage to continue my practice. Stayed there for some time. And of course, because there is nobody else to guide, I started wandering and even came back to the native place once. And then, of course, my wandering continued. My search, everything continued. But this one understanding gave me such big push. It opened a big door in me. Today, the moment I saw the sutra, I was so filled with a joy. Oh God, today there is going to be a wonderful subject. Usually before coming to the class only, I'll just see the sutra. What is today's sutra? The moment I saw the sutra, I was filled with joy and energy, because I'm trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand, there is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I'm not telling you will run away from a home. No. I'm not saying you will leave your home or go to Omkareshwar. No. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation, the mood of liberation, when you realize this truth. See, I had tremendous energy to do what I want to do further in my life. So you will also have the same tremendous energy when you understand this truth about Maya. When you understand the truth about this Maya. So let's enter into the Mahadeva's Sutra, Mahadeva's aphorism. Let me read the translation. Illusions deceive, colors subscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Usually, the word Maya is translated as illusion in English. Illusion is not the right word. No. Illusion is not the right word. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. Understand? If you think your dreams are reality, you are caught in Maya. If you think this is your ultimate reality, you are caught in Maya. That's all. This is not illusion. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No. This is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. Vivekananda says beautifully, when he was given the first experience by Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna touched him and gave him the first experience. When enlightened masters touch you, the downloading of the enlightened software can happen in you. Straight away they can download that software into you. You don't even have to agree. Understand? You don't even need to give your consent. Straight away they can open your being. And actually, it is nothing more than chewing a bitter leaf for them. Your mind is nothing more than a chewing bitter leaf. Just they can chew and spit on corner. So Ramakrishna gave that experience and he said one word, everything is Maya. Suddenly such big opening in Vivekananda's being. He says, I was walking in Calcutta. He is going back from Ramakrishna's temple, where Ramakrishna was saying, was staying, Dakshineswar temple, to his home. He says, on the way there are many pillars in the road. I went and hit my head to see whether they are all really real, whether they are all staying. Because I felt whatever is in front of me is not as I always used to think. Let me tell you this story. This story will throw a new light. One day, early morning, a Zen master comes out of his bedroom and starts crying. Usually, Zen masters are known for their joy and bliss. They are very joyful, radiating, and very blissful beings. Somehow, even in Hindu tradition, we lost a little bit of bliss in the name of peace. The problem is only the old fellows became swamis. Now really, when everything is over, when there is no life or energy to even to laugh, that's why now the bliss part is little missed by the Hindu tradition. Of course, it is there, but the Zen, they kept the whole thing alive. The Zen is not only just peace, it's intense silence, not just dead silence. They are known to be very joyful. That's why even their God, they have described, they have visualized laughing Buddha. Only Zen people are courageous enough to worship laughing Buddha. Just laughing all the time in joy. But unusual, this is a very unusual thing, a Zen master coming out of his bedroom and crying. All his 10,000 disciples gathered around him. The Zen masters live with a huge group, 10,000, 20,000, nothing less than 10,000. And all his disciples gathered. They asked, what happened? Why are you crying, master? You are an enlightened. You are a Buddha. Why are you crying? He said, no, yesterday night I dreamt that I became butterfly and started flying all over. Disciples said, that's okay. It was just a dream. Now you are all right. Why are you crying about that? Why are you bothered about that? Leave it. He says beautifully, understand? He says, no, I don't know whether I dreamt that I became butterfly or that butterfly is dreaming now that it has become a master. Understand? This word looks very funny, but this is the key. This is the key to open. He says, I do not know whether master dreamt he became butterfly or the butterfly is dreaming that it became master. Actually, we don't know. There is no scale that you are sitting and listening to me. I may be dreaming that you are all here listening to me, and you may be dreaming that you are sitting here and listening to me. Sometime when you plan and decide to go somewhere, but you have 20 minutes, so you think, let me have a good nap, a small nap, and you lie down in your couch or sofa, you will be dreaming already you are in that spot. You will be dreaming already you are in that spot. There is every possibility in 10 minutes you may wake up and you will be sitting in your house. You don't know. There is no scale. There is no scale. You may think, no, I can pinch myself and see I am sitting here only. No, in dream also you can pinch yourself. And you may say, no, 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 my friend is here, who is from different area. He is also seeing you, I am also seeing you. Maybe with that, I can confirm that I am in reality. No. In your dream also, you can see your friends. Understand? In your dream, if you, your family, all of you are in Delhi. For example, you are dreaming, you and your whole family is in Delhi. So all of you will see the same Delhi. Because even your family people are your own projection. Same way, there is every possibility people who are sitting next to you can be your projection in your dream now. There is no scale to prove you are not dreaming. You are not dreaming. When I first read this Zen story, it was a very shocking revelation. Yes, true. We don't know. But your unconscious is not ready to believe. No, 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 no. I know. I drove my car. I know. I know where my house is. No, no, no. This Swami is talking too much. Your unconscious doesn't want to leave that hold. Even though for a moment you think, yes, we don't know whether we are dreaming or in waking state. You just console yourself. No, 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 no. I know. I can go back to my same house. I have all my safe things. I have everything secured. No, no, no. This can't be dream. I am okay. Relax. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It feels too much. So you don't want to explore. You don't want to think about it. You don't want to remember it. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. Let us inquire into the truth. Beautiful sutra. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. Understand? I was thinking, why in the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. No, really, they have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying. That's a basic condition. Sometimes I wondered why our Vedic masters have put this as a basic condition. Because if you stay in one place and do research and experience, you can teach to so many people. All major religions, which is catching the majority of the planet Earth, which has got largest followers, they all have a permanent address. But uprooting a person from his permanent address is the basic condition for the Vedic tradition. I thought that's very impractical. I think wrong marketing strategy. I really thought about it. Very wrong marketing strategy. Then I realized our tradition is not created for marketing. It was created to create the product. People who have put their energy in creating product never bothered to market it. People who are working on marketing never bothered to create a product. Anyhow, what to do. It's very strange. In the Vedic tradition, the moment you want to do the research on the truth, you are asked to be homeless, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. It may suddenly give you, open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. It needs courage. That is why becoming homeless or just exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. And the whole society was created for this kind of a lifestyle. That is why in India, any village you can go, you can survive, you will get food, stay with respect if you have this cloth, that's all. They won't even ask you name. All you need is 3 meters this cloth. Nothing else. Nobody will question your name, background, nothing. This cloth, if you know a few words logically to speak, it's okay. Otherwise also no problem. You can say Mauni Baba, Silent Baba. You can do what you can be as you feel. You will receive food, shelter with respect. Understand, that is the beauty. They won't even eat and then give you. They will give you, only then they will eat. The whole society was created for this kind of a research and development. It was just amazing that every village knows the concept of sadhu. There was no mass communication system. There is no television. There is no other mass communication system. But the whole country knows the sadhu system, the sannyas tradition. If you have this cloth, you can survive anywhere in India. You will not be looked down. That is the main thing. Here, when you see a homeless guy, how you look with pity or sympathy, you will not be looked like that. People will look at you with respect. You look at them with sympathy. Ah, poor guy, still caught in the family. Grihis, suffering. That's surprising. That whole society was created for this kind of understanding and learning and research and development. Of course, only with that courage, you will be able to explore into this truth. Because today I'm going to take you step by step into the basic realities, whatever you think as basic reality, time, space, length, breadth, depth, whatever you think as reality is made out of same stuff in which your dreams are made. Understand? In your dream, out of which stuff, length, breadth, depth, time, space is made, the same wax, same mold, same material, this, what you see as a reality, is also made. Let me first answer all the questions which can come in your mind, because I know the frequently asked questions. And we always think, no, we can ask much better questions. We are not that intelligent. All questions which we will have in our mind can be classified in just 1 or 2 categories. Over. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. But only one thing required, courage to go behind the enquiry. Courage to go behind the truth wherever it leads. If you become fanatic, understand, you are always taught, programmed wrongly. If you are a religious guy, you will become fanatic. I say no. If you are irreligious, to be a communist, you need to be fanatic. To be irreligious, you need to be fanatic. To be inquiring into the truth, to be a person of a spiritual seeker, you can't be fanatic. Only a person who is not ready to look into the truth, means materialistic, only he will be fanatic. That is why in the Vedic tradition we say, anybody who is ready to look into the truth should be completely open and courageous to go behind, wherever it may lead. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is what was the condition before Shankara and Mandana Mishra started their vada, their argument. Mandana Mishra says, if you take me to the deeper level truth, then I know I will become your follower. If you take me to the deeper level, if I take you to the deeper level truth, then you know you will become my follower. That's all. Understand, there is no arrogance. There is no violence. There is no arrogance. There is no violence. The only tradition which never used sword or bread to convert people. We neither used bread nor used blood to convince or convert people. It was such a loving interaction. And you know the beauty. Who is the judge? Mandana Mishra's wife. Shankara is the person who is choosing the judge. He says, I know your wife is very honest. Let her be the judge. Then understand, you can't even call this as an argument. You can only call this as an opening up. If it was an argument, if it was with vested interest, you can't put your enemy's wife. Of course, I don't know whether Shankara thought enemy's enemy is friend. Then Mandana Mishra wouldn't have agreed. But Mandana Mishra also agreed. Let Sharada is the name of the Mandana Mishra's wife. Let Sharada be the judge. It was such a beautiful opening. Both of them are helping, leading the other person to the deeper and deeper levels of truths. Means both of them are courageous enough to explore the truth. And this lady judge, who was appointed as a judge, you should see her intelligence. She says, you see, both of you are seekers. If you don't have vested interest in your understanding, if you are open to learn further, you will not have vengeance. If you have vengeance, you will be fanatic. You will be caught with your vested interests. You will not be open to learn further. Now I have to declare, Whoever is sitting here with vengeance has failed. Now, how to find out who is sitting here with vengeance and who is sitting here with a true seeking? She says, I'll put two garlands made out of same kind of flowers. Whose garland dries first? Means if you have vengeance, your body will radiate a kind of a heat. Flower cannot stand. Flower can't stand that heat radiated by vengeance. Understand? All your emotions will radiate a kind of a fever in your body. Whether it is anger or vengeance or fear or greed. That is why when you are caught in lust, you will see a different temperature. When you are caught in fear, when adrenaline release happens in your system, you will see a different temperature. She knows this flower can't stand the heat created by vengeance. So she creates two garlands, puts it on both the persons. She says, now start. If you are true seekers, you will never lose your balance. You will never become violent. You will not use aggressive words in your talking. You will only be healing. You will only be very healing. Understand? A true seeker will only be radiating healing. He will only open up, try to help the other person to go to the deeper levels of reality. It was such a beautiful space. After 3 days, 2 persons can sit and argue without losing the temper. Just imagine. I don't think any of us can manage 30 minutes. If it is your family or spouse, not more than 3 minutes. If he's a new guy and if it is a business transaction, there is a possibility for 30 minutes. That is also maximum. If he is also expecting a big gain and you are also expecting a big gain, you may be able to keep your patience for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I don't think there is any possibility. 3 days, both the guys are so cool, completely collective, centered. Not a single moment, single word expressing violence, expressing anger or vengeance. Means what? Completely they are ready to go behind the truth. They are ready to go behind the truth. Pure seekers. Understand? Here they are gambling with their life actually. If Mandana Mishra fails, he has to leave his wife, and Mandana Mishra already had 10,000 disciples. He was a guru, he was a master by himself. He was a guru on his own right. He has to now tell his 10,000 disciples he was a master without complete knowledge. Where he will keep his face? That is the worst death. It is much worse than death. He has to now lose his whole base. And the same way Shankara. Shankara also already had enough of disciples, followers. And if he is conquered or if he loses, he has to give his whole life. At least Mandana Mishra is little old. He was around 60. He may live only a few more years. But Shankara was very young. His whole life he has to serve Mandana Mishra and his wife. And for a Swami to serve a Grihi is too much. The whole life is at stake. They are gambling with life. But even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready They are ready to only seek. They are ready for truth. They are not ready to use even little violence or vengeance for some vested interests. They are ready to explore the truth. And the story says, after 3 days, one flower, only one flower in Mandana Mishra's garland dried up. So at one corner, unconsciously, a little bit of vengeance came out of Mandana Mishra. Sharada declared, "You are lost." Sharada declared, the wife declared, "You are lost." Still, in one corner of your mind, you have vengeance. Means you have some vested interests in what you believe. As long as you have vested interest in what you believe, you can't be a real scientist. You see, you can't be a real scientist if you already signed contract with the marketing agencies. No. If you already signed your contracts with the companies who are funding you, who have their own vested interests, you can't be a true scientist. If you have vested interests, you can't be a true seeker. Sharada declares, yes, now you have lost. He won the argument. Now you are supposed to follow him. Then Mandana Mishra becomes disciple of Shankara. And the story goes that then Shankara has to fight with Sharada also. Means argue, not fight, argue with Sharada also and convince her also. She also becomes disciple and both of them follow. It is on Sharada's energy he created the Sringeri Peetam. And Mandana Mishra was the first Acharya. He became Sureshwar Acharya and he became the first Acharya. See, what we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. If you can just open that courage, this understanding, the few things which you will explore today from the Shiva Sutra can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a vicious circle. Who will start first? All right, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. There is every possibility. Instead of being caught in vicious circle, you can be caught in virtuous circle. Vicious circle leads to more and more bondage. Virtuous circle leads to more and more liberation. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. To explain this great truth of Maya, our masters have used few beautiful examples. One is called Rajyusarvanyaya. In Sanskrit, they call Rajyusarvanyaya. Means, sometime when you are walking alone in the dark, the problem is in this country, you never walk alone in the dark. Always you are safe, not like Indian villages where the regular routine, it's a part of a regular life. Walking alone in the darkness and all is a part of regular life. When you are walking in the dark alone, if there is a rope lying in front of you, the first thought will be snake. Not only that, at that moment only you will feel as if that rope is moving, the edge of the rope is moving in the air. For a few seconds, your whole body will be flooded with adrenaline. You confirmed it, it's a snake. And you are ready to jump or to kill. If you have some stick or something, you will try to kill or you will try to run away. After a few minutes, suddenly if you look little deep, with a little patience, let me see what it is. Then you realize it is a rope, not snake. It is just a rope, not snake. This is a very common experience which happens in our life. With this one story, one example, in Vedanta, they will explain the whole Maya truth, the truth about Maya. See, because your hormones, your engrams, your samskaras wanted to see, it was seen like a snake. Because of its fear, because of its too much of greed towards life, or what you think as life, you saw that object as life-threatening object. And the moment you had little patience to look, it again becomes snake. One more thing, for those few moments when you are caught in fear, the rope was really snake for you. Even though it is not snake, it was snake for you. Same way, when you are caught in fear, when you are caught in greed towards what you think as life, this whole world, even though it is a rope, it will look like a snake. Your constant fear that the whole world is waiting to cheat you is because of your fear. Understand? If you can't trust anybody, if you can't open up, if you are suffering with a deep loneliness, if you feel you are not able to trust anybody, it is just because you are too much greed towards what you think as life. Whatever you think as life, you are too greedy about it. Too much greed. That's the reason we can't see the simple rope in the world. We constantly see the snake. Constantly we are seeing the snake. They call it Rajyasarba Nyaya. If you look little deep, every step in your life, you will be seeing snakes on the rope. Every step you will be seeing snakes. All kinds of snakes. Not one snake or two snakes. All kinds of snakes. There are few questions. Let's explore those questions. Then I'll go further, deeper level of what Shiva says, this technique. I was talking about this dream state and the waking state being one and the same. You may have a question, Swamiji, in the waking state, whenever we come back to the state, we have same house, same car, same wife, same life. It is not different. But in the dream state, whenever you go back to the dream state, it is different. Every day, you have a different house, You have a different farm, you have a different car, you have a different lifestyle. Maybe with this we can say dream is a dream and reality is reality. It looks very intelligent, but not. The question looks very logical and very intelligent, but it's not. Because the very concept of time is dependent on your mind. Understand? The very concept of time is dependent on your mind. I'll just put a diagram and explain to you how this question is not logical, or this understanding is not logical. Sometimes I used to be surprised. All these things we can talk now because scientists claim our brains are so-called developed. Even the size of the brain has become bigger in last 300 years. You know that? Average size of a human brain has become bigger in last 300 years. And so we may think that we are more intelligent, or our IQ level has become high, and all these things we can analyze and understand. But 5,000 years ago, they were able to understand all these things and reproduce this understanding to the whole country, whole civilization. Just today I was talking to one of our devotee, and I was telling the stability of the society. The stability of the society. One of our devotee, she was a doctor, she was telling me, Swamiji, here, when somebody falls sick, even family people don't bother. They just dump him in the hospital. Very rare, the family people stay with the patient and take care. More than 70%, they just go for their job. The stability is very less, Swamiji. I was thinking, even after so many cultural invasion, if Manu is the first person who created constitution of Vedic tradition, he is the person who declared the Vedic constitution, means the Smriti, lifestyle. If he comes back, I think he must be 10,000 years old, at least. If he comes back to the Indian village, even today he will feel homely. He will feel homely. You may criticize so many things. I have heard enough of criticism on Manu. You may criticize any way, but one thing, he can stand for 10,000 years as meaningful personality. Unimaginable. 10,000 years, somebody can influence 1 billion people for one kind of a lifestyle, then understand the intellectual depth or the thinking he would have had, he would have done it, or the clarity, just unimaginable. 5,000 years ago, the things which we are discussing now, these deeper questions, the deeper truths, not only they understood, they created methods to reproduce it. They have created methods to reproduce it. Sometimes I used to wonder, because only last 2 decades after Einstein, the science started accepting that nothing can be certain. Till then, these guys were standing on a point, everything is certain. Only after Einstein, they came to a little bit of senses to tell, yes, when you go deep, Nothing is in order. Everything is chaos. Maybe out of chaos you can make an order. But what we understand as order in materialistic world does not exist. The more you go deep, everything is liquid. There is no certainty. 5,000 years ago, Shankara is very clearly explaining the Maya, the theory of uncertainty, understanding the levels of illusion and transcending the illusion, seeing the reality. It's a very beautiful truth. Even though may look little boring, because anything which needs your attention, you feel bored. Understand? Anywhere you need to do little bit of working, you feel little, enough, okay. If I am just telling some Rama Katha or Bhagavata Katha or some Krishna Leela, you don't need to think much about it. Then you are okay. If I am just telling you some stories, you don't need to think much about it. You know, Rama only will go to forest. Sita will be kidnapped. Hanuman will go to Lanka. Sita will be brought back. And Rama will have coronation. You know the whole story. And for 1 or 2 sessions, you can even sleep. Nothing will be missed. That is why at least 40% of the people sleep in Ramakathas. Any katha you go, there will be 40%, I can say, sleeping. Another 40% almost off. And this 20% must be a sleep disorder. People with some sleeping disorders who can't sleep. 40 will be already in the sleeping mood, and the remaining 40 will be almost sleeping, and the 20 with sleeping disorder. No, because how many times you listen the same story? Rama will go to the forest and Hanuman. Same story. Sometime I have seen, not only the Acharya sits in the same place, years after years, disciples also settle down in the same place. No, last year Ram Katha, this was my seat. And it becomes a ritual. You don't need to do much. And there is no need for you to apply anything directly in your life. Sometimes from these kathas, people understand dangerous things or catch dangerous ideas. No, really. One Vyas is the person who teaches. He is considered as a Vyas. He is called, that seat is called Vyaspeta, and he is called Vyasdeva. Whoever teaches. He was telling the story of Harishchandra. Harishchandra is a great king of India who lived for Satya, truth. He spoke only truth. At one point of his life, he has to sell his wife and kids to fulfill his words, just to hold on to the truth. Such powerful sacrifice, such great king. This Pandit told the story very beautifully. Then I asked one person, what did you learn from this katha? That guy said, even if I die, I should speak truth. That's what I learned. He said, right. He asked the other guy, what did you learn? Oh, I understood, for emergency you can sell your wife. Very dangerous. Because directly, nothing much needs to be applied. Just sit and listen. Very dangerous, these kathas. There you don't need to think much, so it may not be boring. It's more like an entertainment. But here, You need to think a little bit. Please understand, even if you think, even if it is a little boring, it will be worthy. It will be worthy. Lot of things can become clear. Not only that, this one idea is the reason for the strong mental structure of the people from the Vedic tradition. See, wherever these Indians go, wherever around the world, they create so much of wealth and good name. The other day, one devotee was telling me, if you are a Patel, no bank will ask for any guarantee signature. No, really. No, all the Patel meetings, all these bank fellows will be standing and saying, please take loan, take loan. Because Patels believe declaring bankruptcy is sin. They don't declare bankruptcy. It is part of their religion. They are so honest. Understand? Wherever these guys go, they create so much wealth, so much of that honesty. The idea that they are honest is understood by the society. And not only that, this country, Indians are less than 1% population. They pay 10% of this country's tax. Richest minority. And one of my Swami went to Africa just a week ago. He came back. He was there for 3 months. He says he was there in Nairobi. 80% of the economy or the business is in the hands of Patels. No, the reason is, understand this one truth. This one truth, understanding about Maya. If this is clearly programmed in your inner software, you will never fall in depression. Even if you have low mood, you will come back by next day morning. This is automatic clearance. Or I can say, this one truth, if it was clearly inscribed, engraved in your personality, it will become mantra. Understand, there is only one difference between mantra and samskara. Both are engraved memories inside your inner space. The engraved memory which binds you, which creates more and more suffocation, is samskara, engram. The engraved memory which liberates you, again and again brings you out of depression. Self-healing engraved memories are mantras. This understanding can become mantra in you. Not only it can bring you out of depression, it can bring you out of physical diseases. Understand, when I say I'm responsible for those words. Understanding whatever is happening inside you and outside you is Maya, can completely heal you. It can just reboot your inner software. You will be ready for the fight with a full courage and energy. Just a simple technique. If you have stomach pain or headache, any disorder in the body, just lie down and say, it is Maya. You may think, what is this? When I have pain, only I know it is there. He is telling me it is Maya. Do not put more energy in believing it is there. Just put more energy in believing it is not there. You will see miracles in your life. How many times you repeat the pain is there, and how many times you repeat it is Maya, that is going to play the result on your body. If you are programmed To repeat, no, the pain is there, suffering is there, he may tell, he doesn't have, that is why he is telling. One side your mind will be standing and arguing. And just you stand in the other side and argue. Or don't even bother. And you know how to be just sitting without bothering. If I give you one example, sometime when you are angry with your husband or wife, you will be sitting inside the house in the living room on the sofa. He will be standing, he or she will be standing in the kitchen and shouting. Do you listen? Can't you answer? At least tell yes or no. What should I do? Tell that at least now. I can't take it up anymore. This is too much. Tell, what should I do? I'll do that. You can't get any answer out of that person. Now I think all of you know. All of you understand what I mean by not bothering the mind. Just sit. Don't respond, neither positively nor negatively. Even if you open your mouth and say one word, that is enough for the other person to create fight. He can start, oh, it means this is not the truth. Then do you mean I am that? Then what do you mean by this? He can develop. And if you don't open at all, nothing can be done. He will be just dying. And he can't even tell anything because you are not telling anything. See, if you open your mouth and tell, he can come up with some of his own additions, appendix, something and add or delete or make masala and give his own meaning and get you out to get into the fight. The dialogue is possible. Now you say, what can be done? You can't do anything. Same way, when your body says, I have this pain, I have that pain, I can't do this, I can't do that. Just visualize the same scene. I think all of you can visualize this scene very clearly. I don't think anybody who can't visualize this scene, just sitting in sofa, tell your body, it is Maya. It is Maya. 3-4 times your mind will aggressively argue with you. No, I have pain. What are you talking, Maya? That Swami has started some nonsensical ideas and you are coming and working all those things on me. And you are experimenting all those things on me. Your mind will talk all these things aggressively for first 3-4 minutes. Just sit. Don't even argue with your mind. Just sit and be very clear. Including your mind and body, both are Maya. With closed eyes, you will be able to do this very clearly. Suddenly you will see such a big shift in your energy. Understand? Such big shift in your energy. The other day, to one of the devotee in this country I was talking, casually I mentioned my father passed away. He is around 50. My mother is also around 50. Immediately the devotee asked me, will she marry once more or she should not? What about the next step? I was actually shocked because in India you can't even think. Nobody even thinks, especially after 45, 50 and all. Nobody will have the idea of marrying once more. But here, that person was telling me as if I'm doing a big sin by not getting her married once more, by not advising her to get married once more. And I just can't imagine that after that age, she will, or in India, they will think of getting married once more. Why I am telling this? That living with one person, there are so many things I can say. Living with one person, coming back from the depression, ready to face any big imbalances or unexpected situations, the power to recoup, all these things are inside you just because of this one concept, Maya. If this one concept, Maya, is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. The low curve will disappear from your life. If you are going through too many low curves, this is the solution. You don't even need to practice this. Just understanding is enough, because if you understand clearly, fire will burn, that is enough. You will not put your hand. You don't say, no, I understand fire will burn, but even then I want to put my hand once in a while and see. No. If you understand Maya clearly, suddenly you will see such big liberation. Liberation. And one more thing, in India, still I know people who are billionaires living such a simple life. Actually, the spending is very less with Indians. That is also again just because of this idea Maya. Of course, now the cities are changing, that is different. The society is not consumeristic. My last check should bounce, the idea does not exist. Last check should bounce, idea does not exist. They will enjoy whatever they need, the remaining thing will be there. And it's not that whatever you have should be blown away. It is just because this concept of Maya. When you understand this, so many things, so many new qualities will be added to you. I am not saying these qualities are right or wrong and all those things. That and all is secondary. Right or wrong and all those things. I can say one thing for sure. Your physical illness and mental illness will drastically reduce. Will drastically reduce. The early morning depression will disappear if you sleep with the concept of Maya in your head every night. Every night when you go to sleep, when you fall asleep, if you remember, you are rewinding like a spider net. How the spider creates a net and lives. Same way, you also have created this net of Maya. And if you realize, now it is time for sleeping, you are taking the whole thing back to you and fall asleep. Next day morning, you will not have depression. You will not have the pressure which you feel when you wake up from the bed. Now, as on now, when you wake up from the bed, first thing, there will be 100 files on your head. This has to be done, that has to be done, this has to be done, that has to be done, this I have to answer, that I have to answer. I don't know how I am going to handle my day. One more day, oh God. Half of your energy is over. Your energy is over. With this concept of Maya, with this understanding of Maya, you will wake up without depression. You will wake up without pressure on your head. One more thing, with understanding of this Maya, you will radiate so much of grace. You will radiate so much of grace. The science of the Indian Samudrika Lakshana means that in India there is a science. Based on your body structure, they will tell your inner software. Just seeing your hardware, your outer space, they will tell your software. The quality of your mind, they will be able to predict to a very precise level just seeing your body structure. In that science, they say the person who is very clear about the concept of Maya, his eyes will be so shining and it will be just radiating as if he will jump out of that eyes. As if he will just, when he looks at you, you can see very clearly, feel very clearly, he is looking directly into you. He is not just looking you, he is looking into you. Many times, you can't bear the look of the master. You will turn your face away. You will turn, you can't. Because his eyes will be shining. It will be penetrating. If you understand this one truth, Maya, whatever you look, it will be very clear. It will not have the mist of fear and greed. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you had any big failure in your business, in your relationships, sit and see. You must have been waiting with your dreams to achieve economical success, and that guy would have come and given you a beautiful, nice castle in the air, and you are sold and made the wrong decisions. Same way you would have been sitting with all the fantasies. The other person came and promised almost that he or she is going to make the whole thing into reality, and you are sold. Unless you are ready to get cheated, nobody can cheat you. Without your active cooperation, you can't be given suffering. Understand? I am not even saying without your passive cooperation. Without your active cooperation, nobody can bring suffering to you. This one understanding, Maya, will liberate you so much. Nobody can bring suffering to you. Nobody can bring depression to you. When somebody comes and sits in front of you, you know whether this guy is going to do some business with me, or he is going to save for me or shave me. You will understand. In India, shaving means the cheating. In colloquial way, it is used for cheating. He is going to save you or shave you, you will know very clearly. You can't be exploited. Words cannot build big castles in front of your eyes, because the depth of clarity will be more. Depth of clarity will be more. Any society which is created based on this great understanding will radiate so much of energy, so much of clarity, so much of joy. Let me just explain this concept of time, how in the dream what you experience, length, breadth, depth, time, space, is made of the same stuff in which this world stuffs are made. In the waking state, what all is your experience? The waking state is experienced by you in these dimensions only. Length, breadth, depth, and time and space. The dream state also is experienced by you in the same space. Length, breadth, depth, time and space. Both are made same stuff. Means both are equally illusory. Let me analyze this question. If I analyze this one question, whenever we come back to dream state, Whenever we come back to the waking state, this is same. But whenever we go back to dream state, it is not same. Maybe because of this, we can say dream is a dream and waking state is a reality. No. Understand one truth. What you think as time is nothing but projection of your mind. It's nothing but projection of your mind. One example, very subtle example, carefully you need to understand. Sometime in one night dream itself, you will dream your 10, 12 years of life. You will start from your college. By the time next day morning you come out of the sleep, you would have finished all your marriage, kids and everything. Something like 1 decade you would have lived one overnight. Am I right? How many of you have experienced like this sometime? Means 10 years of your life you have lived in 10 hours. Am I right? But when you are living in the dream itself, you don't think, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. Do you feel? No. When you are living in the dream state, you don't feel you are doing fast forward. You are very clear you are living your 10-year life. But when you wake up, suddenly you realize you spent only 10 hours. You spent only 10 hours. You have not wasted 10 years. Understand? Same way, any moment you may wake up and feel you have not spent on the planet Earth 70 years. It was only 7 hours. One more thing. Just 10-hour dream. You lived 10-year life. Let me give you a small diagram. Maybe that can give you more clear understanding. What's yesterday? Date? Yesterday was 10th May. So let us understand. Between 9th May to 10th May. This is 10th May. This 10 hours. This 10 hours, you dreamed as if you lived 1 decade, 10 years. You dream in this 10 hours itself, you dream as if you are studying your college. And in that dream itself, you fall asleep for a few days and come back. Am I right? Because whole 10 years, you can't be just without falling asleep. You are living a regular life. According to you, in the dream, see in this 10 years, here, you have lived 10 years. "10 years in 10 hours. Many times you go to college and come back, fall asleep. Again, you live like this, like this, like this. Then you get married, then starts the life, no hell or anything, whatever. Anything. You see, the life or whatever you call starts. In this, understand now an important thing. In this 10 years of life, in one continuous dream, from 9th night to 10th morning, you lived 10 years life. Many times you would have fallen asleep and come back. Whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? Within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. Am I right? You are able to understand? You are with the same identity. That is why from college, you go to the next step, next step, next step, next step. So within this dream, whenever you come back, you are with the same identity. So whenever you come back, you having same identity or lifestyle cannot be the scale to prove it is reality. Within this dream, for example, all throughout 10 years, you can't be without falling asleep. Am I right? Your 10-year dream cannot be a continuous scene. It will be only break with breaks. So naturally, in these breaks, you fall asleep and come back. So when you fall asleep and come back, the same dream only continues. Am I right? It means just falling asleep and coming back and finding the same bank balance and the car and the wife does not mean you are in reality. Any doubts? Are you very clear now? I think this slide, you are able to see this side? Remove this slide, Bhaktananda. Oh, I think they are not able to see. All right, I think 2-3 of you can come this way. Come here, this area. Shiv, Bhaktananda, leave it. See, it's a very important understanding. We call this as a Chaniga. In Sanskrit, in the traditional way, we call this as a Chaniga. It's a very deep understanding. This understanding can lead to such a sharp analysis about your life. You will have clarity in so many things. In so many things, you will have clarity. One thing, to tell you honestly, if you understand everything is Maya, you will not renounce actually. You will live with everything without getting disturbed. That's the truth. That is the truth. All the great enlightened masters are great monasteries, big monasteries which are teaching the great truth Maya. They all live with so much of wealth. You should know one fact, 72% of the India's gold is sitting inside the temples and monasteries. If India has got 100 kg gold, 72% is sitting inside their temples and monasteries. Only in South India, there are 700 temples which has got golden tower. 700 temples, golden tower. Here I was surprised when I saw people wearing small golden jewelries. 1 gram, 2 gram. When you understand the reality or the truth of Maya, it's not that you will escape from the wealth. And I'm not even asking you to escape from the wealth. You will have honest respect for the outer world, but you will never be caught. You will never internalize it. You will never suffer for it. You will never suffer because of it. See, in the 10 hours of one night, you dream 10 years. 10-year life cannot be at a stretch one scene. There will be always a break. You may have a scene, first some scene that you, as if you are going to college and studying. Suddenly after a small gap, there will be one more scene, you are writing your exams. Sometime after a few seconds of break, you don't even know a few seconds or even few hours. Because sometime you will finish 70% of the dream in first 20 minutes and 8 hours gap and the last half an hour you will finish other 30% of the dream. You won't even know. There will be some gap. Then you come back and decide for getting married. Then you come back and decide for next decision of having kids or anything. There's one liner. For 18 years, me and my wife were the happiest people. The other guy asked, then what happened? We both met each other. So something like this may happen in your life. Something like this may come up. Understand? Every time when you fall asleep, give a break and come back. You are having the same identity. You are having the same house, same car, same bank balance, same name, same personality. Am I right? So, coming back and having the same personality or identity or assets does not mean you are in reality, because in dream state also this happens. Just like this 10-year dream is done in 10 hours, there may be a different calendar. You are 70 years. Something like a 1950, according to your calendar, to 2020. This can be 7 hours for somebody. You understand? Just like this 10 years which you had in the dream is 10 hours in a different state. Every possibility, your 70-year can be 7 hours if you are in different state. If you are in different space. In Sanskrit, we call this as a chaniga, means if the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you are living more time. One example, this will completely make you understand. If you are sitting with somebody whom you really love, feeling in tune, feeling connected, this dress is not created for materialistic life. It's created for, even if you want to hold something you can't hold. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you are completely in tune, you will not even know how many hours passed. Suddenly you realize, oh God, 3-4 hours over. What happened? If you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel connected, every 5 minutes, what will you do? Not only you will see the watch, you will really suspect that whether watch has stopped or not. I think watch has stopped. It's not moving. What's going on? If the number of thoughts is more, you will feel as if you have had too much of time. That is why in Vedic tradition, the unit of time is not second. It is called kshana. Understand? In Western, according to Western tradition, the chronological time is calculated with the unit second. Means the unit, this is 1 second. In Vedic tradition, time is calculated by kshana. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. According to Western calendar, your 1 second and my 1 second is equal, same. But according to Vedic calendar, your 1 kshana and my 1 kshana will be different. Time is not chronological, it is psychological. Gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. In the dream state, you have too many number of thoughts. That is so you feel as if you lived long time. If the TPS, thoughts per second, is more, if the TPS is more, high TPS. That is why in the dream state, you feel too much of time has been spent. Here, medium TPS. That's why 10 years looks like 10 hours. In this 10 hours, waking states 10 hours, you finish 10 years of dream state. Because here TPS is more. Here TPS is less. If you bring your TPS much less, you will realize your 70 years is just 7 hours. That is why we say for Devatas, for whom the TPS is less, our 1 year is 1 day for them. Our 1 year is 1 day for them. Still, if you know the Vedic calendar, 1 year of Manushya Loka is 1 day of Devaloka. That is why the Nataraja, the deity of the Devatas, will have only 6 puja in whole year. He is not worshipped according to human calendar. He is worshipped according to the divine calendar. Only 6 times in a year he will be worshipped. Means in human temples, every day 6 puja will happen. That is considered as a temple of Devatas. Only 6 puja will happen whole year. For us, 1 year is 1 day for Devatas because their TPS is very low. Low TPS. Just because when you get back, you see the same car, same body, same hairstyle, same lifestyle. It does not mean you are in reality. This can happen to you even while you are in dream. Understand? Only when you come to the better state, means when you bring your TPS down, if your TPS becomes more, even in the waking state, you will have hallucinations. Hallucinations, the daydreaming. TPS becoming more only creates too much of dreams. If the TPS is less, you will be in waking state. You will be in waking state. If you bring the TPS much lower, you will be in Samadhi state, what we call Turiya. Samadhi or Turiya. Only if you bring your TPS down, you will understand the reality. You see, when you come down to this TPS, means the Chakra state only, you will realize the dream state was not reality. If you are in dream, will you realize that it is not reality? No. You are going through everything same. You respond to everything. You have a nightmare. You have all problems. Whether you are greed or fear, you respond to it. It was completely real. 4D experience. Not even 3D, 4D. The Universal Studio, they rock your chair, na? They give you that 4D experience. It was a 4D experience. It was 4D experience. Only when you come down, only when your TPS is brought down, in the Chakra state, you understand dream state was illusion. It was Maya. So same way, to understand this is Maya, bring your TPS down. Come down. Come to the Turiya state. Suddenly you will realize this is also Maya. One more thing, this very logical understanding that this is also Maya will encourage you to bring your TPS down. Because why your TPS is not coming down? All these things are occupying your inner space. Whatever you are seeing in the 70 years, whatever you are seeing in the dream state was occupying your mind in the dream. That is why you are never able to experience it as dream. In the dream, maybe we can say 1000 TPS. For example only, I don't know whether it is really 1,000, because sometimes it can be 100,000. And waking state. Maybe you can say 100 TPS. Samadhi. Zero TPS. Only in this state you will understand this is illusion. Same way, only in this state you will understand this is illusion. As on now, your inner space is too much occupied by all these things. All you see in the waking state. That is why you are never allowed to go into this state. One more thing. It is like a vicious circle. As long as you are enjoying the dream, you will never get out of it. As long as you are enjoying, you won't get out. Only when you get out, you will realize it is just a dream. As long as you are enjoying waking state, you won't get out. Unless you get out, you will not understand it's an illusion. It is an illusion. It's like a vicious circle. You are caught in the vicious circle. Now Shiva comes to help us. Shiva's technique, the technique or method which he is teaching, now he is coming. How to get out of this state? See, very subtle, important point. Whether you are in the dream state or waking state or samadhi state, the dreamer is same. Whether you are seeing 1000 TPS dream or 100 TPS dream or 0 TPS feeling, dreamer is same. Whenever your attention is removed from the seen to the seer, you come to the next step. You wake up. Whenever your attention is diverted from seen to the seer, you wake up. In the dream state, you can see in your life any strong dream, means which you can't handle. Too much of greed or too much of fear will put you into the seer. If your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you wake up from that state. Same way, in the waking state also, if your energy is turned from seen to the seer, you will wake up to samadhi state. This is the technique. This is the key. Turning your awareness from seen to the seer. When Shankara says whole world is Maya, illusion, he is giving you the technique. He is not telling you to go and break your home. No. It's after all illusion. Why not break it? No. He is not telling you to break it. He is giving you the technique. He is giving you the technique. One person came and told me, Swamiji, after all everything is illusion. Why not let's burn everything? I told, after all everything is illusion. Why not maintain everything? Why should we burn? There is no need to be destructive. When Shankara says everything is illusion, he does not mean it is not there. He does not mean it is not there. He means put your awareness, attention, energy towards the seer, not towards the seen, towards the seer. Now let us read the Shiva Sutras, the Shiva's words. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look, let you become Shiva. I have seen Many people feeling frightened about this understanding of Maya. I've seen many people, they don't want to understand Maya. People come and complain to me, Swamiji, I have this problem, I have physical suffering, no money. So many complaints they tell. I tell them, please understand about this Maya. They tell me, no, you do healing, Swamiji, not all these things. No, they will come only for the darshan, exact that healing time. They don't want all this understanding. It's very difficult. You understand? It is very difficult to understand. I tell them, understand everything is Maya, you will come out of disease. You will get healed. There's a beautiful sutra in the yogic tradition. Understanding of Maya will balance all your nadis completely. Patanjali gives how to have different siddhis. He says, if you concentrate on particular part or particular points on particular objects, you will have different powers. He says very clearly, understanding about this concept or truth of Maya will balance your whole body and mind. He says, he gives this technique for physical healing. Even I was shocked. How can, because this can be used for enlightenment and just sitting and talking casually, nicely. That is what the so-called intellectuals do. This Mayavada, this concept of Maya, just like slot machines in this country everywhere, even in the airports they have. Just like that, this Maya concept is used so much, it has lost its significance. This Maya concept, people are used just for sitting and it's more like a gambling. You sit and talk for entertainment. For entertainment, to do something. When you don't have anything to do, you do something. But Patanjali says it can heal your body and mind. Completely it can heal. Mahadeva gives very precise, sharp technique. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look and become Shiva. Try just for next 10 days. I always tell people to try only for 10 days or a week, not more than that. Do not decide you will try for the whole life. You will never do it. No, never. I know. I'm working with all kinds of seekers. I know it. Person who decides I'll meditate for my rest of my life, Swamiji, I know for sure he will be the dropout. No, see, after the meditation program or lecture, they will be in a high mood. They come and tell me they will wear practically everything. Only one thing will be less, a small flag and my flag pole in the ears. And except that they will wear Rudraksha, Mala, bracelet, everything. And they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I am going to do 7 meditations from tomorrow. All 7 chakra. I tell them, no, don't do all those things. Start with 1. They tell me, what is this, Swamiji? You are discouraging me. I tell them, please decide just for next 7 days. They will tell, no, I am going to do all 7. I tell them, all right, what can be done? After 2 months, if somewhere I see them, I ask them, are you doing meditations? Oh, I have to start, Swamiji. You know, when I went back to my home, there were so many things to be done. My mother-in-law was there. My father-in-law has come. This was there, that was there. I'll start within a week, Swamiji. Never decide for whole life. Just decide for next 10 days because only that is your whole life. Understand? More than 10 days or a week you don't have. Do not think if you are 50, you have some 30, 40 years in front of you. You may be having. Yes, you have the life. I'm not saying you don't have future. You have. But you can't imagine or plan for more than 10-15 days. Anything else, any other plan will get updated. If it is not getting updated, you are dead. It will stop getting updated only if you are dead. So please plan just for 7 days or 10 days, not more than that. Next 10 days, decide clearly. Constantly you will remember whatever is seen is illusion, seer is the only reality. Understand? I am not even asking you to imagine, just remember. Because Shiva says, these techniques are self-remembrance. Atma Smarana. Not even Atma Dhyana. No. You can't meditate on anything which you have not experienced. No. I am not asking you to meditate. I am asking you to remember. Remember, whatever is seen is illusion. Only the seer is reality. Whenever you remember, put your awareness, bring your awareness back to the seer. To the seer. Not towards the seen. Just this one thing. At least 100 times you will come back to seer every day, I tell you. Because I have done all these calculations. I have studied a lot with so many different kinds of human minds. At least 100 times you will come back to the seer. Every time you come back to the seer's frequency gets increased. Means your TPS comes down. It's like your frequency increases and the world's frequency, the seen frequency comes down. Whenever Jiva becomes stronger, Jagat becomes weaker. When you are lost in Jagat world, Jiva will become weak. When Jiva becomes strong, when your self becomes strong, the world, Jagat will be lost. That is why we say, the person who is enjoying in Atma, in the self, will not be bothered, touched by the seen. At least 100 times you will remember, the seer is the reality. 10 days enough, you will have that click. At one point, really you will feel, God, I was too much bothering unnecessarily about things which are not really worthy. You will have that deep inner healing, that glimpse for few moments. That is enough, you are done. If you experience that inner healing for few moments, enough. After that, forget about it. You don't have to remember. The technique will remember you. Till you experience that inner healing, you need to remember the seer is reality. Only once you experience that inner healing, you will see all your wounds are healed. You are completely at ease with yourself, restful with yourself. J. Krishnamurti calls this as a restful awareness. Zen, they call this as a satori. Ramana Maharshi calls Atma Spurana. Ramakrishna calls first experience of God. Bhava Samadhi. Different names. I call that as inner healing. Glimpse of Nithyananda. Suddenly you will see the seer is more strong. His frequency has become higher than the seen. You will see. You can completely relax within you. You will feel you were a fool being too much tortured by things which is not really the truth. You will feel the same relief which you will feel if you realize it was just a rope, it is just a rope, not a snake. There will be tremendous relief. Oh God, I thought it's a snake. Sometime you will even pass one or two in that fear. When you realize, oh God, it is just a rope. I thought it's a snake. What relief you will feel, dropping of your shoulder, completely in relaxation, utter relaxation. That same thing will happen when you understand the seer's frequency is more than the seen. Not just as a thought or intellectual understanding. It will be just a click, an experience. All you need to do, come back to the seer every time you remember, just for 10 days, not more than that. I assure you will have at least one glimpse. If you are too much worried about your physical health, suddenly you will realize nothing to be bothered. If you are too much worried about your family, suddenly you will realize nothing to be bothered. If you are too much worried about your business or mind or depression, suddenly you don't need to be consoled. You don't need to give courage to yourself. Suddenly courage will express in you. There will be some moments, even if you want to get depressed, you will not be able to. That is what I call inner healing. The glimpses of inner healing. That is what I call the glimpses of inner healing. In Lalita Sahasranama, there is a beautiful word, Chidatnigunda Sambhudayai, means the conscious fire who appeared, happened in the conscious fire. You will become Chidatnigunda Sambhudayai, means the conscious fire. You will catch that conscious fire. You will see you are not able to depress yourself. The inner healing, it is so beautiful, it is such wonderful feeling. Suddenly you will see, God, I was wasting too much time in unnecessary things. The frequency of the seer is more stronger than the seen. And if you start residing in that same state, the seen cannot disturb you because you will realize you are the seer. The screen cannot be disturbed by the projected scenes. In the scene may be like a flood or tornado or a wildfire, but the screen will never catch fire just by the scene being projected on it. Just because you project a scene of a wildfire on the screen, you think the screen is going to burn. No. You will realize the seer is not affected by the scene. That inner healing, glimpse of Nithyananda, is the result expected by this technique. This very intellectual understanding is enough. Just start with this clarity. Whenever you remember, even while driving, I'm not asking you to close your eyes, no. Even while sitting or eating, just see, understand, the moment you see the seer is more true than the seen, your eyes will become empty. Ramakrishna says beautifully, the bird which is sitting on its egg and hatching, you will see an empty look in that eyes. The eyes may be open, but it will not be looking at anything outside particular. It will be just open, but there is no information taken through that eyes are getting processed inside. The yogi's eyes will be like that. If you are sitting, clearly putting your awareness on the seer, The seer is more clear or stronger, aware than the seen. Your eyes may be open, but no information will go inside and get processed, or response will be happening. You will be just sitting with the seer. Just sitting with the seer is meditation. Being with the seer is meditation. Hooked or being caught, connected to the seer is enlightenment. Let you all connect with the seer, achieve the state of Shiva, experience and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes. Now, you can all share what did you learn about this. And let's move on to the power manifestation. Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. Now, let us move on to the power manifestation. Of Mahima. So, please bring in your objects and take the initial measurements. Yes. Now, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva, and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye and raise your consciousness. So, with this clear context, sit and start chanting the Mahavakya. Complete awareness on your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object, dimension to change. Whatever you want to declare, change, decrease, into the right, you declare and manifest the power of
manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Yes, now can you all please post your power manifestation results? Can you measure it again and see the difference and post your manifestation results? So, all right. So now we have been learning the Shiva Sutras, direct Paramashiva's revelations, Paramashiva's Sutras, techniques to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. For her to experience the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. There are 112 Shiva Sutras. They were compiled into 64 books, including the Guru Gita, Kularnava Tantra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, and many more. Paramashiva has given everything possible to Devi. So when you are listening to Shiva Sutras, listen as you are also Devi. Forget your name, forget your form, forget your identity. Don't even remember you are male or female. Just start feeling you are someone. And later on, you can start the and learn to many techniques. But first, visualizing you are Devi and visualize and experience you are becoming Devi. Feeling connected, feeling innocent, is the basic requirement for any spiritual experience, any truth. These great tools given by Paramashiva should not be diluted anyway in your life because any dilution is dangerous. If you bring honesty in your being, that's it. Nothing else is required. Ramakrishna says, Saralakka, meaning simplicity. Nothing else is required. And be open. If you are read some of the Shiva Sutra techniques, they'll be so simple because they are far innocent beings. When you are completely innocent, open, even a small leaf falling from the tree, just by looking at it, you can get enlightened. Now, let's listen to the Shiva Sutras technique as Swamiji revealed as drop your mind and find yourself.
Need your awareness. In some position, when you are in some position, if your body doesn't ask your attention, means if your body doesn't hurt you, means you are in right position. You are in right asana. When on a bed or on a seat, let yourself become weightless, beyond mind. Beautiful. Such a simple, wonderful technique to go beyond mind. Shiva is actually teaching how to make your whole life into meditation, how to constantly jump into the space of no mind, how to constantly jump into the space of eternal consciousness, how to jump into the peace which is in your being through all possible methods. If you are talking to somebody, he teaches you how to talk so that you can enter into meditation. If you are listening to somebody, he teaches you how to listen so that you can enter into meditation. If you are eating, he is teaching you how to eat so that you can enter into meditation. If you are drinking something, he teaches you how to drink. He is practically giving you techniques to enter into meditation using all things which you do in your life. Actually, you cannot become enlightened just by one or two simple things. You can become enlightened just by one or two simple things if you are really intense. But if you are intense, then you don't need enlightenment. You are already enlightened. You are here because you are not complete, you are not intense. So naturally, just one or two things won't help. Shiva is here to open all possible doors. He is pushing you into that source, into your being, into that bliss through all possible doors. He is the first and last master who opened all the doors. There are so many masters who opened one door, two, maximum 10. Shiva is the master, first and last, because still nobody else has done that job. He is opening all the doors. All possible doors are opened by him in this single book. According to me, this book is the unabridged dictionary of all spiritual philosophies are recorded, I can say, created, expressed through this book in an unabridged way, in its fullest form. He says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless, beyond mind. If you see Shiva sitting, he is sitting in the same way only. How he says he is sitting in the same way. That's why I always tell people, Shiva is Shiva Sutra. He is expressing his own being. You can't separate Shiva and Shiva Sutra. You can't separate master and experience. When you try to have some part of Shiva or only benefits from Shiva, without accepting his wholeness, his whole being, then you are in trouble. Somebody asked me in Los Angeles, Swamiji, Shiva is represented by phallic symbol, means sex organ in India. In India, if you go to any temple, there won't be any temple in India which doesn't have that Shivalinga. It's a sex organ. How can you worship Shiva in this form? What is this? Please be very clear. It is not just sex organ. It is the representation of creativity, energy, from where we are all born. The energy from where we all have come out. It is the representation of our father and mother energy. The universal father and mother energy, from where we all have come out, from whom we all have originated. The linga represents the universal father, cosmic father. The yoni represents the cosmic mother, universal mother. Through this form, we are representing the cosmic mother and cosmic father. And one more thing, unless you accept the root energy, the base energy which is in you, you can't transform it. You can't transform it. People use only few benefits which they get from master, do not understand or try to realize the whole of the master. God is only just utility for us. Like a pickle, whenever you want, you just touch it. When you don't want, you just push it aside. Small story. Guy met with an accident, taken to Mercy Hospital, in emergency room. After treatment, after 2 days, he is slowly regaining from coma. He is coming back to consciousness. Doctor and nurse, both of them were standing near him. Both of them were giving confidence to him. They are saying, don't worry, you are all right. You will become all right within few days. Nurse asked, are you covered by insurance? He said, no. Then will you pay in cash? He said, I am afraid I may not be able to. She asked, do you have any relatives? No, I have only one sister. She is also become nun in New York. She is a real spinster. Nurse was really offended. She said, don't talk. Sir, I want you to understand, nuns are not spinsters. They are married to God. He said, oh, in that case, send my bill to my brother-in-law. In that case, send the bill to my brother-in-law. Be very clear. God cannot be just a utility. We are all trying to use God as just an utility. We are all trying to use the master's utility. As long as he does and says things which we can understand and agree according to our frame, things are really beautiful. Okay. But when he does something which we don't understand, which is beyond our understanding, we are not able to understand. And we start criticizing. We start opposing. Of course, we are the one who are losers. Anyhow. Now, if you see this Shiva statue, is exactly expressing the sutra which he is speaking. Of course, you don't have to see the statue. Even if you are not able to see, it's okay. He is just sitting straight. The same way in which he is explaining. And he is represented by a sex organ, Shivalinga. Why he is represented by that organ, and why he is sitting and meditating, what he wants to say through the sutra, and how all these three things are connected is the whole discourse. Sutra says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless beyond mind. Shiva says, becoming weightless will take you beyond mind. Let me tell you about an experiment about which I read. Around the world, this experiment is going on. Still, doctors are trying. Doctors are trying to weigh the body of the man before death and after death. Constantly they are trying to weigh, because the East is claiming that a soul leaves the body. All the Eastern masters are claiming soul leaves the body when a person dies. They just want some proof. If something leaves the body, then naturally it should become weightless. Some weight should reduce. Because according to science, everything has got weight. According to science, everything has got weight. Big problem is science has entered into the realm of only matter. Only in matter level, everything has got weight. Now they have even measured sun rays, the weight of sun rays. They say 10 square miles. The sun rays which falls on 10 square miles, if you weigh them, it comes to the weight of 1 hair. Now they are able to weigh even the sun rays. They have proved everything has got weight. So now the only thing which they are trying to do, they are trying to weigh a body before death and after death, so that if there is a weight difference, if there is a less weight, then they can understand the weight of the soul. They are trying their best. All over the world, the research is going on. But not only weight is not reducing, suddenly the weight is increasing. See, when a soul leaves the body, not only weight is not reducing, but weight is only increasing. Now doctors are in a big confusion. Because as far as they know, everything has got weight. And all these masters and mystics are constantly repeating, soul leaves the body when you die. Then there must be weight difference. Your weight should become a little less when you are alive and after your death. But instead of weight reducing, your body is gaining the weight. What's going on? They are not able to understand. You need to understand an important secret. This is the key of this whole sutra. Your presence is weightlessness. Your presence is weightlessness. Whenever you are present inside your body, you are weightless. That is why when you leave the body, it becomes more heavy. When you leave the body, it becomes more heavy. One more thing, whenever you feel your body is heavy, that part of the body is losing your presence. If you have knee pain, you have not given your presence to the knees. That is why that portion is heavy. If you are feeling heavy in the stomach, you have not given your presence to stomach. That's why that part feels heavy. In every part, you feel heavy when you don't give your presence to that part. That is why when your presence leaves your body gains weight. Means your presence is weightlessness. By the very nature, your presence is weightlessness. When the weightlessness leaves your body becomes heavy. Not only with human beings, even with animals, they are experimenting. They are experimenting even with animals. The moment the animal dies, the body becomes heavy. One more thing, and this is the amazing thing. Even before chemical change starts happening, you may say because of some chemical changes, the fluids may become solid. That may be the reason why the weight is increasing. Doctors are saying even before the chemical changes starts happening, the moment the person is dead, immediately, because the chemical changes, it takes at least 3-4 hours. Even before the chemical changes starts happening, the weight is increasing. Still, they are not able to find the mystery behind this research. They are yet to catch up with the spirituality. They are yet to catch up with the spirituality. Thousands of years ago, Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Now, with so much of research, they are proving the same thing. They are proving the same thing, but the problem is they are not able to clearly create a formula, technology out of this truth. Shiva has not only said the truth, he has created a beautiful technology, practical way to use this truth. He has created applied science also. Actually, all scientific discoveries, when they are doing, the person who discovers, the scientist himself is not aware of the utility or the practical application of the research or what he has discovered. Later on, they start using it, applying it in the life. Only then the person who invented suddenly realizes, oh God, there are so many ways this truth is getting used. Even Einstein was shocked when some scientists declared his theory has got practical value. In some of his letters, he writes, I never thought it has got some practical value. I always thought it has got only theoretical value, like a Big Bang theories. There are so many theories. Just yesterday, I read a beautiful article. They say that now they are coming up with more and more evidence in NASA to prove in less than a microsecond, from subatomic level to macrocosmic level, the whole universe has happened. The whole universe happened from subatomic level to the macrocosmic level, to the whole universal level in less than microsecond. They are describing in a very detailed way what Taittiriya Upanishad, one of the beautiful Upanishad, it says, Atmanah Akasha. From Atman, Akasha just appeared. Akashat Vayuhu. Vayor Agnihi. Agner Apaha. Apa Pritvihi. Pritipyor Annam. He says in Taittiriya Upanishad, the great seer, Rishi says, a great saint, he says, just like that, without any gap in time or in space, simply the space exploded from consciousness. From the space came the air. From the air came Agni, fire. From fire came water. From water came earth. From earth came the life, or the source of life, the seed of life. Vedas always believed, and they are always telling the universe happened just like that. They say just like that it happened. It expressed, it exploded. Now the NASA is saying the same thing. They say less than microsecond. I don't know how you will measure less than microsecond. But they say less than microsecond only it took for from subatomic level to the macrocosmic, universal level. Just like that it happened. Anyhow, whatever the scientists are trying to prove, not only the truth, the application of the truth, both are presented by these great masters. Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Your presence is weightlessness. Let you be very clear. This is an important key to understand this whole sutra. Taman dachobha sambhukta sukshmagni tilakakritim bindum shikante hritaye layante dhyayato layaha. Layante means non-existence or weightlessness. Even weightlessness is not a right word because I don't have any other word, I am using that word. Please understand the truth which I am expressing, which I am explaining. That will give you an idea. Beautiful sutra. Layante dhyayato layaha. He says, become weightless and enter into the laya, means beyond the mind, the weightless space itself. Let you become weightless and enter the space beyond mind. The key is your presence is weightlessness. You can see in your life, if you are feeling heaviness in some part of the body, you have not given your presence to that part of the body. You have not attended that part of the body. If you have a knee pain or stomach pain, just put your awareness on that area for 10 minutes. Simply you will see the pain will disappear. I tell you, because not only I practiced, there are so many of our devotees, disciples who are doctors, medical doctors have practiced this technique. And they say it really works, Swamiji. All you need to do is, where you have pain, just put your awareness in that area. Do not remember the word pain, just drop that word and look what is happening in that area. Just see what is happening in that area. Just relax. Just give your presence and you will see, simply experience the weightlessness. Not only with your body, even with other persons, even in the outer world, if you are feeling heavy with somebody, give your attention, the weight will disappear. You will carry your heaviness. As long as you don't have courage to give your attention to that person, as long as you don't have courage to open with that person, if you can open up and drop the heaviness, you will see even your relationship becomes weightless. You will not have weight in your head. All your ego is nothing but you not giving your presence, you not giving your awareness to that part of you. Wherever it hurts, whether it is physical, mental, relationship-wise, give your awareness, give your presence. Immediately, that hurting will disappear. Because your presence by its own nature heals. Your presence, your very presence has got the power to heal. People ask me, Swamiji, for your meditation techniques, for your healing, your presence is necessary. I tell them, my presence is not necessary. Your presence is enough. For my healing to work, for my meditations to work, my presence is not necessary. Your presence is enough. But you need to give your presence. You forgot how to be present. That is why you are depending on my presence. If you can be present, you don't need my presence. You don't need my presence. You are caught with so many things. You are caught in so many things. Even if you are present physically, never ever think you are present here. You can see in your life, morning when you get up and brush your teeth, already your mind is in the office, thinking and planning. When you are sitting in the office, already you are in the house, trying to clean and do something. When you are in the house, already you are in the temple or beach or in the discourse, thinking what you are supposed to do going there and what you should do, what you are supposed to do and what you are not supposed to do, with whom you want to fight, with whom you want to relate, and what you want to do this, what you plan everything. When you are in the lecture, already you are sitting here and thinking when to go back to the house. I don't know when he will finish the lecture, and I don't know when the energization will be over. I don't know how long it is going to take. I think in the gap itself, I will go away. I have to go. It is getting too late nowadays. The energization is ending only in 11 o'clock. You are sitting and planning. Be very clear. If you are here, you are not here. That one thing is sure. If you are here, you are not here. You forgot how to be present. You forgot how to be simple. You forgot how to be relaxed. You forgot how to be. That is why you are constantly dependent on my presence. If you can relax into your presence, you don't need my presence. Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Layante means nothingness, disappearing. By your very presence, you are weightlessness. For example, feel how a cow is lying and he is there. He is eating, he is swallowing, he is drinking, but there is no being inside. He has got life, but there is no individuality. There is no personality. For your body to carry its regular things, for your body to live on this planet Earth, you don't need personality. You don't need individuality. Your body can be alive on this planet Earth without personality. Let it be very clear. Constantly you are frightened, threatened by society unless you carry your identities. Unless you hold on to your identities, you cannot protect yourself. But it is your identity which creates all physical and mental sickness. When somebody gives you torture, when somebody gives you suffering, you feel sick of them. But one thing which gives you constant suffering, which nags you whole day, you don't feel sick of that. That's your identity. Constantly you are being nagged, beaten, tortured, but you don't feel sick of it. Because society has taught you, without it, you can't live. Without it, you can't live. I tell you, without it, you will live in a much more beautiful way, in a much more wonderful way. Whenever it is necessary, automatically your biointelligence will awaken. Even if you have to fight, automatically your being will fight. Whatever has to happen, those words will come out, that body language will express, and you will relax. You will not be bothered. You will not carry that constant irritation. I have always seen people who do rehearsal to fight, when they are on the spot, they will not be able to fight because all the arguments which they prepared will not come to their memory. They would have prepared all the arguments. I have always seen wives or husbands, after the fight is over, when they are sitting in the sofa in the different rooms, that time all the arguments which you thought you should, which did not come to the memory, will come back. Sidhubi is telling, yeah. Whatever arguments which would have helped you to win, or you think would have helped you to win, which did not come at that time, will be coming in when you are sitting alone. And you will be ready with all these arguments. When he comes back from the office, you will start again. And suddenly again you will say, after 2-3 statements, you forget the big project or which you prepared, or the big file which you prepared. It's not there again. And you wait. Again that night you will be sitting and doing your homework, remembering everything. And next day morning when you start again, you will miss. Person who fights with individuality, means having an individuality and fighting. Even fighting you won't be able to do properly. Let you be clear. You always think with individuality you can protect yourself. You can't. Because with individuality, constantly you are dependent on your past experience. You are preparing arguments. If he says this way, I will tell this way. If he talks this way, I will talk this way. If he comes this way, I will come this way. You are ready with some 10-12 type of arguments. And one important thing, present is never going to be like a past. Even if he comes with the same argument, sometimes just because of your pressure or tension, you will not have exact counter argument. After fighting, after 1 hour, suddenly you remember, Arey, this is what I thought, now I forgot. You will be sitting and repenting. I think all of you will be able to relate with the example what I am saying. All of you would have gone through the same. Let it be very clear. Even in your life, you cannot protect you if you carry the identity, if you carry individuality, if you carry personality, because it is completely related to past. It is nowhere related to present. It's nothing to do with present. It's nothing to do with spontaneity. Whenever I remember a word spontaneous, I have a beautiful story. At least I think I would have told this story 100 times, but I never miss a chance to tell this story because it is such a beautiful story. How the person who is not cultured through education or so-called civilization, how they have sharp spontaneity. You can always see person who has not gone through the so-called culture or so-called civilization, so-called education, so-called trainings, he will be more spontaneous and alive. He can handle things in a much more straight way. Because all social training is nothing but training to prepare yourself before entering into the situation. Forget about fights. Even when you go to meet your friend in the car itself, you will be preparing all the dialogues. All the dialogue. You can't even meet your friend spontaneously. Even if you go to meet your friend, you are not dependent on your spontaneity. You do not trust your spontaneity. You do not trust your weightlessness. You are preparing the file. You are preparing the file. What should I tell? It's because you have to impress him or impress her. The game of impressing is going on. Even with your friend, you cannot relax. That is why actually dialogue never happens. I can say at least after the age of 6 or 7, dialogue never happens in your life. You listen to the other person so that now you can start shouting. Actually, you listen to the other person, you are not even listening, you are preparing your argument in that gap time. So by that time, you start putting all your things and he starts preparing his argument. The listening never happens. Listening never happens. Just each one is preparing and doing only the catharsis. Actually, psychoanalysts are paid just to listen. You don't have anybody to listen in the modern day. What will you do? There is nobody to listen. You start talking to your wife, she says, keep your problems with you, I have enough. If you start talking to your husband, he says, enough, relax, I have enough. And he starts telling his stories. That is why you need psychoanalyst. He listens to your story just to he gets paid just to listen to your stories. Nothing else. Really, the modern days, the person goes to psychoanalyst and you are made to lie down on the couch and they put the screen also. Freudians, they put screen because the emotional attachment should not happen. Only then you will be very objective. So they put the screen between the patient and the doctor. And sometimes you don't even know whether the doctor is sitting other side or not. It seems it happened once. Doctor prepared a audio cassette saying, more. Next, what happened? What's going on? Ah, yes, right. Just these words. He prepared audio cassettes. Whenever patient comes, he'll make them lie down on that couch, put the screen, switch on the tape, go away. One day, by mistake, even before the patient finished the statement, the audio system started telling, yes, go ahead. Then the patient had a little doubt. What is happening? He just moved the screen and saw the other side tape recorder is sitting. And next day onwards, he started bringing his own recorded version. Moment doctor goes away, he puts his cassette and goes away, that's all. Two tape recorders are sitting and listening to each other. When doctor can keep a cassette, why not me? He records in the house itself, whatever he wants to say. He brings the cassette, puts the cassette, and the moment doctor moves out of his cabin, he also puts the cassette and goes away. It is nothing but two tape recorders listening to each other. Actually, man has become never so poor in the whole civilization like 21st century. In 21st century, he doesn't have even people to listen to him. Forget about healing him. He doesn't have people even to listen to him. Over. He is completely out. I don't know what is in store or what is next. I think nothing more can happen. Nothing more can happen. One thing we can all be sure, nothing worse can happen now. Everything has been done. Nothing more can be done. Nothing more needs to be done also. Nothing more needs to be done. Anyhow, Shiva says, by your very nature, you are weightless, spontaneous. If you are feeling one important technique, if you want to find out whether you are egoistic or not, if you are constantly having a heaviness around this area, if you are constantly remembering your head, be very clear, you have tremendous ego. if you are aware of your head, let you be very clear, you have ego. You may say, sometimes I don't feel aware, I am not aware of my head at all, Swamiji. When you laugh loudly, when you are dancing, when you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel connected, your beloved, rarely with your husband, or rarely with father or with mother, when you are really opened yourself, at those few moments you won't feel the boundary of your head. You won't feel you have a head. You will feel the weightlessness. Those moments really you are experiencing meditation. Those moments you are having the glimpse of meditation. When you are loudly laughing or dancing, not to show to anybody, or not as a professional dancer, just jumping for no reason. See these kids whirling, they don't whirl so that somebody will pay for them. They don't whirl, after that they can collect a ticket. No, just jump, just whirling, just out of joy, just out of celebrating. Just because 4 or 5 are there and you can see each other in joy and you can just see the other smiles and just you are sharing the smiles. Just you are inspired by the smiles. When you jump around, same way, when you paint, just inspired by smiles. When somebody sees and enjoys, if you are inspired just by that smile and do something, you will feel the boundarylessness in the head. You will be spontaneous. As long as you are aware or you have boundary, you are pressured, you can't be creative, you can't be artistic. There is a beautiful story, Zen story. Disciple, great painter, was asked by the master to paint the master. Master is sitting, disciple is painting. Whole day he painted, finished the painting. When he showed the painting to the master, master first thing he did, give a big blow. Simply kicked him. In Zen masters are not so-called cultured or polished. They will straight away work. They don't talk much. They don't waste time in talking. The disciple was shocked. What is this? What have I done? He said, fool, don't paint you, paint me. Don't paint you, paint me. When you do it with your ego, you will paint you. Your idea about me. How you look at me, not me. Disciple was not able to understand. Every day, 5 to 6 hours, disciple sits with master and paints. Finally, he gets just to get the beating. And it goes on and on and on for 10 days. Finally, that day, actually, master is working on the disciple. He is teaching him how to paint egolessly, how to paint without personality, without individuality. Creating after enough of pressure, now the moment disciple sees the master, he starts shivering. He has started shivering. In those days, disciples used to be afraid of master. Once upon a time, disciples used to be afraid of master. Anyhow, finally, the last day, when disciple was painting, suddenly master says, I wanted to go to bathroom, you continue your painting. He went away. When he came back, he saw the disciple was painting without his being. He accepted that painting. Not only that, he says, now you understood how to paint without being. You may think how it happened. The moment master moved, the pressure on the disciple's head has disappeared. The pressure, he is being watched. The pressure he has to satisfy has disappeared. The moment that has disappeared, he was able to do it in a beautiful way without the being, without the personality. Before he started painting, in his head, there was so many pressure to satisfy this person, this and that. So many weights were there on his head. When he started working with the master, by creating big pressure, he removed all other pressures. Actually, if you get married, you won't have any other suffering. That one suffering is enough to take away. And this reflexology, if you go through reflexology, you will not have any other pain, because that pain is enough to take away all other pains. Same way, sometimes big pains takes away all the small pains. Master sits on him and takes away all other weights. And after removing all other weights, he removes himself. And suddenly disciple feels the weightlessness and enters into the spontaneity, enters into the spontaneous energy. And he became a great painter. Let me tell you this story which I was about to tell about the spontaneity. If you know the great epic Mahabharata, it is the history of India. If you read that book, you will be able to understand this story, because this related to that book. In that book, there is a story, there is a scene. The Queen Draupadi will be disrobed, will be abused by villain's brother. Villain's brother is Dutsadana. We call it Dutsadana. His name is Dutsadana. He will be disrobing, abusing her in common palace, in the common darbar, the court. He will be abusing her. She is a great devotee of Krishna. Krishna is incarnation of God. When she calls Krishna, when she was being abused, she calls Krishna. Immediately Krishna appears and protects her, supplies cloth, abundant clothes. And this Dutsadana, the villain, was not able to remove all the clothes. He is completely tired, he drops dead. This is the story. According to story, the villain will be disrobing the queen. She will pray to God, and God will appear in the scene and give her enough of clothes. He will be just pulling, the cloth will be coming, and it is just like a hill made out of clothes. So much of clothes will come out of her body. Then this fellow automatically drops dead. This is the scene. In India, the beauty is every village will have the recitation of Mahabharata. Means reciting this story is a ritual done in every village. At least once a year, they will do this ritualistic recitation of this story. And no mic or anything. Just they will get into the stage and start singing or shouting. It will be really fun to watch the whole thing. And usually the kids and the old ladies who don't have any other work, they will come and sit there. And they will chew the tobacco leaf and spit on somebody and spit the juice on somebody. You will have a little prasad and tirtha. And all these kids will do 1, 2, 3, everything there itself. Nothing can be done. And it will all be there. You will be sitting amidst of all these things and enjoying the drama. And it's like a village gathers together. And not only Mahabharata, all the village stories also will be told there. Each one will be talking to others about what happened to her and what happened to him, who ran away with whom, who is living with whom, and who is doing what? The whole story. They will share there only. It's like a common place, get together, where they will sit and speak all these things. And traditionally, women are not allowed to participate. Women are not allowed to act in the drama. Female role also will be played by male only. Male only will play the female role also. Now you have to understand the whole scene. Only then you can enjoy the spontaneity. Only then you can enjoy the spontaneity or the whole thing, how things happen. And there will not be much instruments or materials. If there will be only one stick with a big tin attached to it. If Saraswati holds that stick like that, you have to think it is a veena. If Hanuman holds like that, you have to think it is a gadayuda. The same stick will become veena and gadayuda. You can't do anything about it. And the same stick will be used for everything. Gadayuda means weapon, veena means musical instrument. For both, they will bring the same stick only. That will only be used for all the purposes. It's like a multi-purpose. And sometimes same actor will come playing 2-3 roles, and he will just change only one cloth, one shawl, and he will come back and tell the story. Anyhow, that day part is that Draupadi means the queen is supposed to come with 7 sari tied on one on the other, so that the Duchadana will pull the saris. By the time it comes to 6th sari, the queen has to shout Krishna, Krishna. The Krishna will jump from behind the stage, and he will jump into the stage and say, oh, my dear devotee, I have come to protect you. You are protected. Immediately the villain has to act as if he is tired, and he will drop dead. This is the story. By mistake, the villain forgot the count that day. Instead of pulling only the 6th sari, till the 6th sari, he started pulling the 7th sari also. The queen is wearing 7 saris. The villain is supposed to stop at the 6th sari. Until 6th sari, the queen will not call Krishna. She will be telling something Madhava, Madhusudana, Keshava, some other names. Only when this comes to the 6th sari, only when the villain is little tired or acts as if he is tired, she will call Krishna. Then Krishna will jump from the stage, from behind the stage. He is standing behind, smoking beedi actually. I am telling you the whole scene, what is going on there. And Krishna is standing with his mukuta and flute in one hand. Flute means the same stick. And he is just enjoying the smoking the beedi. Beedi means the village cigarette. And he is enjoying the beedi, waiting for call. And this villain forgot the number count. And he is pulling the 7th sari also. And suddenly Draupadi realized the 7th sari is being pulled. And because the 7th sari is being pulled, instead of calling Krishna, straight away she started kicking Duchadana. She started kicking the villain. Hey, leave me, hey, leave me. According to we were all surprised. What is going on? Usually the fight is not supposed to happen. How can queen fighting with villain? It doesn't. She is supposed to call Krishna, Krishna. Instead of that, she is straight away attacking the villain. And the fight has started. And this villain guy also did not understand what is going on, or he is doing some mistake. Somehow, finally, in that whole mess, he pulled the 7th sari. Now she is standing with a trouser on the stage, in a public stage, above the hip, female decoration, female makeup, with all the female dress and female jewelries, hair and the flower, everything is female, with all the traditional turmeric powder and decoration. And below with the trouser, he is standing on the main stage. Behind that, Krishna is looking through the screen. Still, why I am not called? With a beedi. With the beedi, he is standing and looking through the screen. Why still I am not called? What is going on there? What is going on? And the whole villages are laughing because the whole thing is now messed up. She is supposed to be women. Actually, male only act the role of female also. Now he is standing half male and half female. And Duchadana suddenly realized the mistake. Suddenly he realized the mistake. Seventh saree has been pulled. Now he has to drop dead. He can't drop dead also unless Krishna comes. Unless Krishna comes, he can't drop dead. Now the whole scene is confusion. Now what to do? But the spontaneity of this Draupadi, suddenly she said, Krishna, just because you cannot come, you made me into male, you converted me into male and saved my shame, saved my prestige. Oh Krishna, you are so powerful. Just because you could not appear on the stage in proper time, you are busy with your BD, you made me male and saved my prestige. See, the statement itself is not a big thing, but spontaneity. In that situation, if you get angry, you can't do anything. If you are taken away by shame, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. You can't do patch up. All you need is spontaneity. If you understand how these dramas are done in India, you'll be able to enjoy. You will be able to, if you can remember the scenes, you'll be able to enjoy. The whole thing, just by single statement, she has made the whole thing straight. And the whole villagers now started laughing at her statement. They forgot that there is some serious mistake done in the drama. The idea that there is something wrong happened in the drama has disappeared from everybody's mind. Now everybody is involved with only that fun. The whole atmosphere has changed just by one statement. This can happen only when you are spontaneous, not when you carry identity. When you carry identity or personality, you will only be fighting or trying to pick up that saree and tie yourself. And how will you cover? Because everything is open now. After that, what will you cover? And nothing can be done. The behind the Krishna is standing with the beady and slowly looking through that screen. And the smoke is also coming through that screen. Smoke is also coming through that screen. Only through spontaneity, this kind of situations can be handled. In life also, you can't live your life completely with your prepared dialogues. Your prepared dialogues. You can't live your whole life with your dialogues. Do not write the story before things happen. You always write your story before that itself and try to enact the story. If you don't write your story before entering into the situation, you always write the story. You'll always write. You are ready with arguments. You are ready with words. You are ready with everything, even before meeting your friend. Even with your friend, you are not spontaneous. You are prepared. Now you just go with your big sheet, big paper. You go with your big, huge storybook and exactly enact. If one statement, if something goes wrong, the whole story is mess. You go with a prepared story. I tell you, if you live without prepared story, your life will become history. People who created history lived without story. Either you live with your stories and just reproduce the same stories, live and die, or you live spontaneously. When you don't write your story, others will write your story. It will become history. If you yourself constantly write your stories and enact according to that, you will be just a normal human being. You will be just a normal human being. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, you are so young, already your biographies are published. More than 12 different languages. Now we have my biography. They asked me, how? This is what I told them. I never wrote my story before living. I just lived. When you just live, you do things which can never be done with a written history, with written stories. Be very clear. Whenever you prepare for future, you judge your capacity based on your past performance. But future is possibility to go beyond your past performance, not just to reproduce your past performance. When you do not trust you can do something more than what you have done in your past, you prepare your story, go there and enact and come back. You never allow growth to happen in your being. You never allow intelligence to happen to your being. You are clear how much you can do even before entering into the future. If you see in your life, years after years you will be struggling with one problem. Just because you do not trust future is something more than past. In future, there is a more possibility than what you had in the past. You never trust that. You always play very safe, secure game by bringing your past again and again and again, creating a story and enacting again and again the same story into the future. I tell people in our ashram, at least do new mistakes. It's okay. But we don't even have that much of intelligence to do new mistakes. All your mistakes, if you try to analyze and put in one line, it will all be practically same thing. Maybe the quantity is little more or little less. Otherwise, the attitude and the quality will be the same. We don't have intelligence even to do new mistakes. Even to do new mistakes means you are constantly carrying weight. The weight of the past. Shiva says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless beyond mind. Bindum shikante ritaye layante jayato layaha. He says, just be dot, a dot which has disappeared, the small dust atom just disappeared, which doesn't exist, weightless. Damantat shobha sambudha sukshmagni tilakakritim bindum shikante hritaye layante jayato layaha. Beautiful sutra. I'm just trying to repeat the sutra so that let all dimensions of this aphorism be explained to you. Even if I missed one or two dimensions, I wanted to bring it back again. I want to tell you. One more thing, your body is matter. Your presence is energy. Your presence is purely weightless. When your presence leaves your body, the body becomes more heavy. Your body becomes heavy. Let you be clear, the presence and the weight both are completely opposite to each other. And one more thing, this meditation can help you tremendously in the problem of obesity and overeating. You constantly eat too much. Because some way you do not have your presence inside you. The matter attracts more matter. Material attracts more material. Weight attracts more weight. Even in the physics, mass attracts the mass. Why do you think the planet Earth has got gravity force? Mass attracts mass. If you don't have your presence in your body, you are just a mass, nothing but a mass, matter. It attracts more matter. You may fill yourself, but you won't feel fulfilled. With presence, if you eat, even with little, even with less quantity, you will feel fulfilled. Be very clear. Feeling is different. Feeling fulfilled is different. Feeling is totally different. Feeling fulfilled is totally different. I request all of you, if any of you have obesity problem or overeating problem, means everybody, do this simple technique just for 5 minutes. It's not a big thing. You don't need to do this technique whole day actually. It is a very simple, very beautiful technique. Today we will practice this technique. Before eating, but before eating anything, that is the problem now. Because we don't eat once or twice a day. There is no difference between cows and us. Cows, wherever they see something which can be eaten, immediately they will open their mouth. Human beings also become like that. No time. Even while walking and driving in this country, I saw even when they are driving, they are eating. Because that kind of food is available. And if you don't have time to eat, and then just have a Coca-Cola, that glass, that bottle, Coke bottle. Coke bottle you don't have to hold actually. You can use one hand and put on that steering and drive and drink. Constantly something is going into the body. Constantly the matter is attracting the matter. The material is mass is attracting the mass. Before eating anything, try to do this meditation, but don't do it in your car. At least before morning breakfast, noon lunch, night dinner, and evening snacks, and between coffees, and little tea, and Coke in the car, burger in the bus, anywhere. I don't know what else goes inside. And I saw the size of the food. Oh God. No, really, and let me be very clear. Please understand, so much of advertisement for food should not be done. See, constantly what you see only you will feel connected. So much of advertisement for food should not be done. And you eating is somebody's business means naturally you will be made to eat. One guy goes to the psychiatrist and says, "Sir, I have too many problems." Immediately psychiatrist says, "Don't bother. Everybody has got problem. Even I have problem. Please sit. Let's sort it out." This guy will sort it out. 3 sessions. I'll charge you $100. Let's start. This guy says, 3 sessions, $100 will solve your problems. But tell me something to solve my problem. Tell me something to solve my problem. Be very clear. So much of advertisement for food because you eating is somebody's business. It is dangerous. It is dangerous. Constantly, without even your knowledge, without even your consciousness, so much of advertisement for the food. You start meditating on food. Eating becomes a religion. You start meditating on food. Continuously you are meditating on food. And the quantity served also, naturally when you buy it, what will you do? How can you waste it? I tell you, if you throw the food in the dustbin, only food will be wasted. If you dump it in your stomach, the system also will be wasted. Never feel that you are wasting food. The moment you feel enough, just throw it in the dustbin. Only food will be wasted. If you put it inside, system also will be wasted. Food you can buy. System you can't buy once more. You can't buy once more. At least before eating, just do this simple technique. Very simple, but powerful technique. To connect yourself again with your weightlessness. Whenever you are in ecstasy, you are in joy, you can always feel you are weightless. You are light. You always say, I feel like flying. I feel like flying. I just saw an article. A lady in Bolivia, she is able to fly 4 feet when she is in meditation. And around the world, hundreds of these yogic flyers are showing. But of course, they are not able to fly when they are not in meditation. Only when they are in meditation, they are able to fly. The reason is you become weightless. And whenever you become weightless, you enter into meditation. I myself have seen personally, when I was 5-year-old boy, one great yogi, Raghupati Yogi. His name is Raghupati Yogi. He lived in Thiruvannamalai, my native place, Arunachala. There, he used to teach yoga and meditation, all those things. If you see in my biography, it will be written, my first photograph at the age of 9 is taken by him only. He only took that photograph. In India, photographing is not very popular. In those days, especially 10, 20 years ago and all, photography was not popular. It will be black and white photograph, because those days, color photography was not available in a common way for everybody. In big cities, 1 or 2 studios may have it. But in villages, only the black and white. That's why you will see that only black and white photograph will be there at the age of 9. And it's not common to go and have photograph and all. And it is a very rare thing, and you have to spend a lot. In those days, just for that one photograph, 100 rupees has to be spent. 100 rupees is a big money in India, and especially at 20 years ago. Now I am 29. When I was 9, 100 rupees is a big money. Photography means actually when you get married, maximum they may take 2 photographs, before and after. AM and BM. Anyhow. And that much only, it's not a common thing. And he photographed me. And I was surprised, and it's a big fun also. You being photographed is a big thing in those days, especially village. Village means, when I was living in my village, only 3 automobile vehicles will enter into the village per day. Whole day, only 3 vehicles will enter. Morning 1 bus, evening 1 bus, noon time 1 bus. If morning bus comes, we all know that we should go to the school, because the whole village is 4 street. We'll run to the school. Noon time bus means we will come away from school. And usually people don't wear watches and all. Watch and clock, all those things are not common. And evening, noon time bus means we'll come back from school. Evening bus means school is over. That's all we know. And the bus, that conductor also knows, when he enters the village, he has to honk, because the school teachers will know the time. That is the way schools will run. When he enters the village, he will be honking. And he has to honk because people will be playing in the road. You can't think it is a road and all. Kids will be playing in the road, and not only playing 1, 2, 3, everything will be in the road only. 1 or 2 or 3, everything will be in the road only. So he has to come, and that kind of village. And in that kind of village, photographing is too big thing. I asked him, why are you photographing? Why are you spending so much of money? 100 rupee is something like a 2-3 months. A person, if he works, he will make that 100 rupee. 2-3 months. If he makes, if he works, he will make that money. He told me, you don't know now the importance. The future will thank me just for this photograph. And he wrote that behind that photograph. Still that is there in the ashram. He wrote that in that photograph, future will thank me for this expenditure. And the whole future, the humanity will celebrate this photo. I know, that is why I am taking, I am spending. And this yogi used to fly. I have seen with my own eyes he flying. When he sits in the meditation, and he will close his eyes, and like a iron rope, the copper wire, he will tie that copper wire in the anahata region, in the chest region, so that he can hold the breath, prana. He will tightly tie it. He will just take a deep breath and tie it. The moment he ties and relaxes, so much of air inside, just his body will start floating. It will levitate. Once he levitates, he will relax it. Means it's like a taking off. Then he will be there in the same space. Then after, he will remove that wire and he will be there in the same space. He will just be there. And he will just be there for hours together, like a floating in the water. He will be floating on the air. And he will tell all the small kids to go under him and come out to see whether anything is there. And we will go below him and under him and come out to see anything is there or not. And naturally, you will be shocked when you see somebody floating. It is based on this technique. It is based on this technique. When you enter into meditative state, you become weightless. When you are weightless, you enter into the meditative state. You enter into the meditative state. When you master this technique, you can start floating. Forget about floating or walking on the air. Do this meditation, at least you will walk on the planet Earth properly. We don't have to bother about floating in the air. Let's learn at least how to walk on the planet Earth properly. How to walk on the earth in a peaceful, blissful way. For that itself, this meditation can help us. You don't have to constantly think, when will I start flying? When will I start flying? There is no need. At least learn how to walk beautifully on the planet Earth. Shiva says, just become weightless and go beyond mind. All your weight is nothing but not being aware, whether it is physical heaviness or mental heaviness. Be very clear. There are two kinds of heaviness. Physical heaviness is sickness, feeling heavy, painful, strong, irritation all over the body. This is a physical heaviness. Mental heaviness. In your mind, if you are feeling heavy, that's again one more weight. Give your awareness, attention to all the parts of your being wherever you feel heavy, whether it is body and mind. Give your presence. You will suddenly become weightless. When you are weightless, you will enter into the space of enlightenment. That is why not only in Vedic culture, all over the world, in all spiritual traditions, angels are always portrayed or described as flying people. Always, all angels are described as if they are flying, They are above the earth, means weightless beings, fully aware. The more you become aware, the more you become weightless. Your presence is weightlessness. If you are feeling heavy, you are absent. Wherever you are feeling heavy, physically or mentally, you are absent in that spot. If you are feeling light, weightless, you are present, your presence is active in that spot. Understand this one key, then you will enter into the great meditation by Shiva. Before entering into the meditation, let the sutra be clearly understood by you. Let me repeat once more. Daman Tatshobha Sambhutha Sukshmat Nityalakakritim Bindam Shikante Hritaye Layante Dhyayato Laya Daman Tatshobha Sambuddha Sukshmat Nityalakakritim Bindam Shikante Hritaye Layante Dhyayato Laya. It's no ego. That is why when they fall with the same pressure from the same height, if you fall, you will break your bones, you will hurt. It won't hurt themselves. You can see in your life the same height, same pressure. If you fall, you will hurt yourself. Kids won't hurt themselves because they have nobody to hit the planet Earth. They just fall like a flower. When a heavy thing falls on the earth, it will break itself or it will crush itself, it will damage itself. When a flower falls on the earth, neither the earth will be damaged nor the flower. Kids are like flowers. When they fall, they don't hurt themselves. Let yourself become weightless, beyond mind. Actually, if you learn this simple thing, you can sit for hours together without feeling the heaviness in you. Sometimes you may not physically feel, you will start mentally feeling the irritation. Without feeling the both, you will be able to sit forever, for a quite long time. You will be just weightless even after your fights. Even after your arguments, you will be just weightless. You will have so much of energy, you will be just weightless. Now, it's a beautiful sutra. But even now, I don't feel I have given the complete truth explained by the sutra because it has got so many different meanings. Wish I could speak in Sanskrit or wish you could understand in Sanskrit. But it is not possible. The language is not used by common man because the language is too poetic. He says, Layante Dhyayato Layaha. The way in which this grammar is, these words are created, it says, when you become weightless, you go beyond mind. When you go beyond mind, you become weightless. Weightlessness is the path and the goal for going beyond the mind. So many meanings can be derived. Just this one line, Layante Dhyayato Layaha. One more important thing, your body is made out of memories. If you are emotionally attached to some memory, if you are connected to some memory, if you are caught by some memory, that part of your body will feel heavy. Your body related to that memory or that memory, the part of your body which is directly connected to that memory will start feeling the heaviness. You sit in your office and just remember your boss without doing any work also, you will have shoulder pain. Just for 10 minutes, can't meditate on him. You will have shoulder pain because the memories related to stress are awakened. Those memories are directly connected to shoulder. You will have shoulder pain. You will have shoulder pain. Constantly, when you attach yourself to some emotionally, when you attach yourself to some memory, the part of the body which is related to that memory will start having pain, will start feeling heavy, will start feeling the weight. Now Shiva says how to become weightless and how to enter into the space beyond mind, beyond memories. It's not that you will lose your memory. You will not have emotional attachment to it. You will be able to handle it in a much better way. Now, let you have a small break.
establish the conscious supremacy. Now, let us all get ready to experience this powerful experience as our own. Every single person sitting here, all the participants in Paramashivoham Level 1 program, are all of you able to see me and hear me clearly? Please kindly let me know Paramashivoham Level 1 program. And all the other participants who are there around the world joining us from Paramashivoham Level 2, Level 3, please kindly confirm if all of you are able to see me and hear me clearly. See, conscious sovereignty and conscious supremacy. This is literally like a boon that you're going to be receiving today. The cognitions that we carry about ourselves. How do you cognize you? What do you perceive yourself as? How do you hold yourself? All these things matter. Usually, we start thinking about ourselves from the minimal, that to like a very superficial cognition, that to centered on something ephemeral. But when you start cognizing your conscious sovereignty, you will start the very first person, the first person experience, where you feel you exist. That core of you will realize that you are one with Paramashiva. Swamiji. He himself has come down as our beloved Swamiji. And today, that is the very form you're going to be experiencing. By having the darshan of today's deity, Bhagavan Limbodhava, any person, whoever is struggling with any identity crisis, or you're going through a very tough time, you're stuck and you're really looking for fulfillment, you want to achieve enlightenment itself, today's darshan will be the answer for your prayer. And Swamiji is going to be praising us that divine form as Bhagavan Limbodhava. Just connect to Swamiji. Today you will see how that space of asampragnata samadhi, the space where you are beyond the form, you go beyond the form. Usually we all are clutched to the form. You worship a deity in a form, you cognize yourself as a form. Today, you will have profound experience in understanding and realizing and experiencing yourself and even Swamiji as formlessness. Be a very, very intense experience. So let us all get ready for today's session. I request all the participants to please be seated. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Limbodhava. I just wanted to remind all the participants to security protocols and guidelines. Kindly make sure you are visible in the camera throughout the time. Do not turn off your camera and please be there. Seated is a very, very sacred space to experience the darshan. So make sure you're not lying down, you're not talking, you're not being, in anything else, getting distracted. And just focus, be here, and just be ready to experience today's darshan. Now we're going to chant the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Limbodhava. देवं गर्भगृहस्य मानफलिते लिङ्गे जटाशेखरं कट्यासक्तकरं वरं च दधतं कृष्णं मृगं चाभयम् सव्येटङ्कं ममेयपादमकुटं ब्रह्मा च ताभ्यां युतम् ऊर्ध्वा स्थितं हंसकोलममलं लिङ्गोद्भवं भावये. Now, let us all get ready
experience the darshan. Today, all of us are going to be blessed with this beautiful form of Bhagavan in both our hands. You are beloved Swamiji. And during the darshan, just by catching a glimpse of this darshan, all the aspects of your life, wherever you feel you are stuck, wherever you feel you want to have the breakthrough, you will manifest in all those dimensions. You will manifest the conscious sovereignty. Every one of you that are here, get ready to receive the experience. Get ready to receive the ultimate initiation, the initiation into conscious sovereignty. And let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Please sit still. Today, just by having a glimpse of the darshan of Bhagavan Lingotva, all the patterns, wherever you feel you are stuck in, wherever you feel that you have your intention to do something is not manifesting as a result. In all those places, wherever you feel that external situations are having more power over you, with one darshan, one initiation today, you will be manifesting conscious sovereignty, all those aspects, literally manifesting the ability to command the cosmos to create your reality. So let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Please sit straight, close your eyes. We are going to be experiencing the alive darshan. This is not going to be a live darshan. It's going to be an alive darshan of Swamiji, as Swamiji is intense samadhi. All the us are going to be receiving the darshan of Swamiji directly from that space and understand even during this space. Swamiji is continuously reading all the prayers that participants are posting and responding to your prayers. So during today's session also feel free to post your prayers. Swamiji himself will be personally responding. And you'll be receiving more and more responses. So be there on the Zoom chat also and post your prayers. And Swamiji will be available to you through his Divya Shariram. Do not take even this space, like, do not ever think that, okay, it's just an alay darshan. No, it is going to be so powerful. You are going to see what a profound experience it is going to be giving to you. So now let's prepare our inner space to receive today's darshan. Please sit straight, sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and enter into a deep meditative space.